Chapter 1821. Roar. The devil-corroding tiger missed its target and suddenly stopped in its tracks. The dust and smoke that it had kicked up as it charged forward had instantly obstructed its vision. When it could see clearly, its eyes were filled with rage. A puny human had actually dared to escape from its mouth. He was truly audacious. At that moment, it quickly turned around and swept its ferocious gaze around. Its gaze fell on the green figure that was screaming while running forward. Without waiting for its master's orders, it roared angrily and pounced forward with its forehoofs. Roar! Ah! The ferocious beast's furious roar was accompanied by the green-robed youth's panic scream. Seeing the youth being chased by a ferocious beast, the 300 or so people were all dumbfounded. That youth was only at the foundation establishment stage. That ferocious beast was at the peak of the holy beast stage. How had that youth managed to escape from the tiger's mouth? Now, he was running around the entire plaza. That ferocious beast had chased him round and round, yet it still hadn't managed to bite him. Seeing the sand in the plaza being kicked up by the man and the tiger, creating rings of sand and dust that blurred their vision, they couldn't help but return to their senses and look at the spectral elder in front of them. Did the spectral elder really release his contracted ferocious beast to take the youth's life? Although the people here were all savage and inhumane, didn't they say that they were going to be trained as spies? Even if they were going to be eliminated by death, they shouldn't be using such a brutal and direct method, right? Forget about the skinny green-robed youth. Even the strongest among them probably wouldn't be able to escape from the ferocious beast's mouth. The green-robed youth hadn't been bitten to death, yet only because he still had some strength left. Once his strength was almost depleted, it would probably be a bloody scene. Seeing this, the spectral elder's eyes narrowed as a glint flashed through them. His gaze stared at the green-robed youth who was running around the plaza in a panic as he pondered. The pressure that emanated from the youth was indeed only that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even as he ran and screamed in panic, the pressure that emanated from his voice was indeed that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be anything strange about his running. The path he was running in was all panicked, and his footsteps were just common steps. If there was anything special about him, it would be that he ran faster than others. How should he put it? How should he describe it? He thought for a moment, and a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, this young man's current appearance was like a frightened rabbit, scurrying around in a panic under the tiger's mouth. Roar! The eroding devil tiger and the twin tigers were on the verge of spitting fire. Each roar was louder and louder than the last. There was a sense of defeat in their hearts, but there was also a burning anger. Damned humans! Damned young man! He ran faster than a rabbit. It did not believe that it could not catch up to him. Ah! Help! Help! Don't bite me! Don't bite me! Fengjiu shouted in panic as he ran. He was panting, and his speed seemed to have slowed down. His green robe fluttered in the wind as he ran. The corrosive devil tiger behind him pounced and almost bit down on the robe. Instead, it ate a mouthful of sand and became even more frenzied. Roar! Humans! This king and you are irreconcilable. Chapter 1822. However, at that moment, the young man who had fallen to the ground somehow mustered up his courage. He bent his leg and fiercely kicked out. Even though he was a foundation establishment cultivator, if that kick had landed on the corroding demon tiger's body or leg, it wouldn't have had much of an effect. However, that kick had landed on the weakest part of the body that both men and beasts couldn't handle. Naturally, the effect was different. Oh, a shrill cry of agony came from the mouth of the corroding demon tiger that had pounced forward. Because that kick had landed on an important part of its body, it couldn't muster any strength in its body. It was in so much pain that it shrank to a tenth of its size. Immediately after, there was the sound of it falling heavily to the ground. Bang! That corroding demon tiger half curled up and pounced forward. However, its posture was a little different, because it had retracted its front claws and clamped its hind legs tightly together as it pounced to the ground. Furthermore, after it pounced to the ground, it only let out a pained howl. Its hind legs were still trembling slightly as if it was enduring some kind of intense pain in its spine. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. They subconsciously clamped their legs together, faintly feeling the throbbing pain. A foundation establishment cultivator had viciously kicked the weakest part of its body. This wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Otherwise, a dignified beast at the peak of the holy beast level wouldn't have curled up on the ground and let out a pain howl. Elder Ghost's eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at the young man who had dodged and fallen to the ground. He was a little surprised. He didn't think that this young man would be able to survive under the claws of his beast. It seemed that Elder Feng had sent this person here for a reason. Perhaps it was because he had taken a fancy to his speed that was different from normal people and his unique trait of not playing by the rules. If that was the case, it would be a pity to let him die like this. Why not? With a wave of his hand, the corroding demon tiger that was lying on the ground disappeared before everyone's eyes. He didn't say anything and just turned around to leave, leaving everyone there to look at each other. Fengjiu lowered her head slightly and panted heavily. In reality, a cold smile flashed across her lowered eyes. Was she someone who was willing to be taken advantage of? Since she had released that beast and wanted to bite off one of her legs, she would cripple its third leg first. Her kick had at most caused the beast to suffer a little and suffer a little. However, if it wanted to lift its third leg, it would be difficult. Since she wanted to cultivate a spy, she naturally had to have some merit. If she was weak, she would naturally be killed. Since that was the case, she didn't mind, of course. After returning to the wooden house, Elder Ghost allowed the woman behind him to massage his shoulders. He narrowed his eyes and ordered the demonic cultivators that followed him, make the arrangements. Within 3 days, I want to see the people who have been eliminated. Yes, a few demonic cultivators responded, then turned around and walked out. Returning to the square, they gathered everyone and pointed at the forest outside the square. Do you see that forest in front? Go to the other end of the forest in 3 days. Those who don't arrive before sunset, and those who stay in the forest will all die. Bloodthirsty paused, raking through the others. Moreover, they will be dismembered. Chapter 1823. When the 300-plus people heard this, they all fell silent. They were confused about the unknown future. Or it could be said that ever since they were caught and brought here, they had been poisoned and controlled by others. Their lives were no longer their own. Right now, if they didn't want to die, the only thing they could do was to try their best to survive, even if they had to live as spies with a shameful identity. How big is this forest? How long will it take to cross it normally? Are there any weapons or medicine for us to defend ourselves? Is there a map? When we reach the other side of the forest, will there be anyone to pick us up? In the crowd, a man in his 30s asked in a calm voice. A few questions pointed out the most crucial point. While attracting the attention of the demonic cultivators, Fengjiu also glanced at that person. The man in his 30s had a bloodthirsty aura. It could be seen that he was a very iron-blooded person. Even if he was standing, his back was straight. His entire body had an aura like that of a cheetah. Fengjiu was a little surprised that such a person would be captured. It seemed that the strength of the people sent to capture them was not ordinary. One of the demonic cultivators glanced at the crowd and said, "This forest is neither big nor small. Some people can't walk out of it even after a month. Some can naturally walk out of it in 3 days. There will be 2 maps. As for where it is, you will have to find it in the forest." The voice of the demonic cultivator paused for a moment. He glanced at them and sneered. As for weapons and medicine, before you officially become spies, it's impossible for you to have these things. And the weapons you use in this square are not allowed to be brought into the forest. Violators will die. After giving some instructions, the 300 people were brought to the entrance of the forest. Looking at the weeds that were half the height of a person and the messy trees, Fengjiu couldn't help but sigh. This forest doesn't even seem to have a path. Other than not being able to get lost here, we still have to find a way out and avoid being hunted. These people of the sacred beasts of the night are indeed not good people. She had a feeling that if 378 people went in, there would not even be 78 of them coming out. She knew very well that a spy must be the best of the best. Only those who could avoid danger and survive had the qualifications to become a spy. Moreover, for spies, as long as they were good, it didn't matter how many there were. If those spies made a move in the dark, the death rate would be very high. Although she didn't know any of the people here, she couldn't bear to see them die for no reason, especially when some of them were teenagers. How could a teenager, at such a young age, survive such a cruel elimination of death? Moreover, there were nearly 400 people, but there were only 2 maps. He was afraid that there would be another battle between people once they reached the inner regions. Thinking of this, she gently exhaled. Forget it. She'd better walk a little slower so that she wouldn't become everyone's target if she walked to the front. Therefore, with her intention to fall behind, she gradually separated herself from the group. The people in front of her didn't pay any attention to her. They thought that a thin and weak youth walking in the forest naturally wouldn't be able to walk as fast as on a flat road. Chapter 1824. Many of them became vigilant because they knew that things were not that simple. Those people would not just stop them from moving forward. They would definitely make a move in secret. If that was the case, they had to be careful. Whoosh! The sharp sound of an arrow piercing through the air was heard. With a whoosh, it shot into the group of people. Some of them immediately fell to the ground. Some of them quickly dodged. Some of them fell due to the push and shove. Some of them had their arms cut by the arrow. Only one person was unable to react in time, and the arrow pierced through his heart. That person groaned, his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. His body twitched slightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. However, he still breathed his last under the shocked gazes of the people around him. Everyone's hearts beat violently at this moment, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. They knew that things would not be that simple. They did not know when the murderous intent had descended. "Look, there's something!" A man shouted and quickly stepped forward to pull out the arrow. He took a small brocade pouch that was hanging on the arrow and opened it. There was a map inside. "It's a map." He looked at the others and took in their expressions. Finally, he said, "Does anyone have anything to say?" There were about a dozen people here, and there were about a dozen people around. The rest were scattered. He knew very well that this path was not easy to take. At least, if he were to rely on his own strength, he was afraid that he would have to face greater danger. If he could join forces with the others, his chances of survival would be greater. Although these dozens of people were on guard against each other, they were not stupid. It was precisely because they knew that it would be more dangerous to move alone that they had intentionally or unintentionally walked together. Now that they heard this, they looked at each other. "After we get the map, let's all go together. If we encounter danger, we can help each other." One of them said, "I agree." Another person said, "All right, then it's settled. However, who will hold the map?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent again. They looked around and finally fixed their eyes on the person holding the map. "He will hold it. If we go together, it doesn't matter who holds it." However, just as this person finished speaking, 5 demonic cultivators suddenly rushed out and attacked the dozens of people with their swords. The other party's attacks were swift and fierce, making it clear that they wanted to kill them. Moreover, there was no limit to their targets. It was obvious that wherever the tip of their swords pointed, they would kill whoever it was pointed at. What they wanted to do was to disperse these people and eliminate some of them. Only those who could survive would be able to become spies. Therefore, among these 378 people, in their opinion, there would only be less than a dozen people who could survive. "Don't go. Let's join forces to deal with them," one of the men shouted. However, in the face of the sudden killing intent, those people scattered and fled in all directions. Only a few people circulated the spiritual energy in their bodies and waved their fists at those demonic cultivators. Compared to running away and surviving, they wanted to use their fists to survive. The demonic cultivator. Chapter 1825. The 4 of them panted slightly as they looked at the fallen demonic cultivator. They looked at each other and finally smiled. The wariness between them disappeared at this moment. They were like comrades who had fought side by side for many years. In their first battle, they worked together to achieve victory. Lei Xiao, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. He was originally a rogue cultivator, but was accidentally caught. One of the men said and introduced himself to the three people in front of him. Su-san, a rogue mercenary in the early stage of the Golden Core stage. A man in his 20s said. He-sheng, a rogue cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. Another man said, My name is Lin Shi. I snuck out to play and was caught too. Unlike the rest of you, I'm only a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. The one who spoke was a teenager who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He was very young, but his temperament was not ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive for 2 or 3 months in here. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Then let's support each other along the way. I hope we can all survive. Thus, the few of them took the items from the demonic cultivator's body and continued to walk forward. The map was not in their hands, so they could only keep walking forward. Fortunately, the few of them worked together to kill a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Compared to the others, they had more trust in each other. Not long after the few of them left, Fengjiu picked up a tree branch from somewhere and walked forward step by step. He used the branch to push aside the weeds and leaves in front of him while paying attention to his surroundings. When he came to the front and saw the dead demonic cultivator, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. The sound reverberated in the forest. If he listened carefully, he could tell where it came from. There was indeed an ambush. She sighed in her heart. As she walked, she felt a cold, murderous intent behind her. She turned around and saw a demonic cultivator in the nascent soul stage holding a long sword coming towards her. Seeing this, she smiled at the demonic cultivator. When the demonic cultivator saw the smile on the young man's face, he was stunned. He thought to himself, Is this a fool? Can't you see that you're about to die? How can you still smile? The tip of the sword did not stop, but in the next moment, a shocking shock occurred. The young man stood there without moving. When the tip of the sword pierced forward, he tilted his face slightly to avoid the sword. At the same time, he raised the branch in his hand and pointed forward at a speed that was too fast for one to cover one's ears. Yes, the demonic cultivator let out a muffled groan and his entire body froze in place. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the harmless-looking young man in front of him. He looked at the young man with a faint smile on his face, but the young man had taken his life with a single move. Bang! As his body fell backwards, Fengjiu pulled out the branch that had pierced into his chest. She watched as the devil cultivator twitched a few times before dying. She sighed softly. You came looking for death yourself. You can't blame me. He threw the tree branch to the other side and took the items on the devil cultivator's body. Only then did he continue forward, his figure disappearing into the tall grass. After walking for a while, someone set their sights on Fengjiu, and the result of going against her was naturally death. Chapter 1826. Over a dozen nascent soul cultivators have died in less than half a day. The spectral elder narrowed his eyes as a sliver of thought flashed through his eyes. Have the corpses been brought back? They've been brought back. They've all been placed outside according to the time they were discovered, a demon cultivator said with a serious expression. Over a dozen nascent soul cultivators had died in less than half a day. That was basically half of the people they sent out. Moreover, among the 300 or so people, the strongest was only at the peak of the Golden Core realm. However, just like that, they had silently taken care of over a dozen nascent soul cultivators without alerting anyone. How could they not be shocked? Could it be that there was a powerful person hiding among the 300 or so people? However, if there really was someone like that, they shouldn't have been captured by them. What was the reason? The spectral elder walked out from inside and looked at the dozen or so corpses in front of the room. He swept his sharp and vicious gaze over them and began to examine the first corpse. A fatal blow to the chest. There's a small hole. It's not from a blade or a hidden weapon. Looking at the hole, it should be from a tree branch. Moreover, it's a blunt tree branch that hasn't been sharpened. The spectral elder examined the corpse as he said, Nascent soul cultivators already have powerful defenses. To be able to use a blunt tree branch to pierce through his chest and kill him in one strike, this person isn't simple. Could there be a powerful person hiding among the 378 people? A demon cultivator on the side could not help but ask. Hearing that, the spectral elder glanced at him and sneered. Do you think I'm blind? If those 300 or so people really had such skills, how could I not have seen it? Hearing that, the demon cultivator could not help but lower his eyes. He did not dare to say anything else, as he was afraid that the spectral elder would vent his anger on him. The spectral elder looked at the second person and saw that his throat had been slit in one strike. Moreover, there were no signs of battle on his body. He could not help but narrow his eyes and look at the next person. He saw that all of them had been killed in one strike, and it was not a sneak attack either. As a result, he could conclude that this person's strength was definitely at the fairy realm. Only someone at the fairy realm had the ability to kill a nascent soul cultivator in one strike. Moreover, he didn't think that there was such a person hiding among the 378 people. On the contrary, someone must have snuck into their territory. Send a few fairy realm cultivators into the forest to take a look. Someone must have snuck in. I want to see who it is that dares to sneak into the territory of the Temple of Darkness. Understood, a demonic cultivator replied and quickly left. Elder Ghost paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a while, he instructed, send another group of people in. Tell them to form teams of 2. They can only attack the spies appropriately, but they can't kill them. Otherwise, there won't be many left. Tell them to pay more attention and see if there are any suspicious people. Yes, the other demonic cultivator replied and left in a flash. You go too. Go in and play with those people. Elder Ghost glanced at the seductive woman in revealing clothes behind him. Since you are willing to let me go, then I will go. The girl went forward and gently nestled into Elder Gue's embrace. Her hands brushed across his chest before she gently covered her red lips and smiled. She twisted her slender waist and headed towards the dense forest. Chapter 1827. In the forest, Fengjiu was being chased by a nascent soul cultivator. She took to her heels and scurried around, shouting, "Ah! Help! Help! Damn it! Is this kid a rabbit? He can run so fast." The nascent soul cultivator cursed under his breath. He thought that this young man was too skinny and weak to be a spy. Since he coincidentally met him, he wanted to get rid of him first. Who would have thought that because of the weeds and trees here, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the youth after escaping? Seeing that the youth was only about 10 meters away from him, he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. He also went head-to-head with the youth, determined to take his little life no matter what. "Ah, help, help!" As Fengjiu ran, she pushed aside the weeds in front of her and scurried around. Occasionally, she would meet some people around her, but when they saw that she was being chased by a nascent soul cultivator, their expressions changed, and they quickly avoided her. Well, in here, even self-preservation was a problem. Why would they care about other people's lives? Moreover, the person behind her was a nascent soul cultivator. Most of the people here were not a match for a nascent soul cultivator. After all, if they did not team up, how could a golden core cultivator kill a nascent soul cultivator? However, there are always exceptions to everything. In front of them, a group of men who were walking together heard the voice behind them. They turned around at the same time, and when they saw that the person who had cried out for help was the youth who had been chased by the corroding demon tiger, their expressions changed slightly. "It's him, that young man." "Yeah, I didn't expect that young man to still be alive after half a day. He runs so fast, it's not strange that he's still alive. Look, the devil cultivator chasing him is a nascent soul cultivator. Should we save him?" When this question was asked, the men looked at each other and laughed. 2 of them immediately retreated to the left and right. They also pulled open a rope, but it was hidden in the weeds and could not be seen. The other 2 quietly jumped onto a tree with lush leaves, waiting for an opportunity. Fengjiu saw it and glanced at them discreetly. He saw that the rope was left on the ground and was not pulled up. She was slightly surprised and ran over there. After running over the rope, she kicked a small stone. Her whole body fell forward as if she had lost her balance and fell to the ground. Stinking brat. Let's see where you can run to this time. When the nascent soul cultivator saw this, he let out a hearty laugh and charged forward with his sword in hand. Just as he was about to slash at her, the rope hidden in the weeds on the ground was suddenly pulled up. The people on the left and right crossed over, trapping the nascent soul cultivator. At the same time, the two people on the tree jumped down and attacked the nascent soul cultivator with their sharp blades. The devil cultivator was startled. Just as he was about to use the sword in his hand to cut the rope, he discovered that it was the Vajra rope that they were equipped with. Seeing the fierce, killing intent coming at him, he immediately raised the sword in his hand to block it. Clang! When the sword and blade collided, there was a clear sound of collision. However, when the sword and blade collided, the two people who had jumped down from the tree were sent flying by the nascent soul cultivator's airflow. They fell heavily into the weeds behind them. Pooh! Chapter 1828. The two of them were flung out and slammed heavily into the big tree. The two people who got up from the ground and pounced forward again, each holding onto his legs in an attempt to pull him down. Seeing this scene, the other two people pulled out their swords and stabbed forward. At this moment, two men around them also joined the battle. In an instant, there were 6 people instead of 4. With the 6 of them working together, the demonic cultivator was unable to kill them. Feng Jiao, who had fallen to the ground, looked at the 6 people besieging the demonic cultivator, and her eyes flashed. In the next moment, she picked up the Vajra rope and pounced forward to wrap it around the demonic cultivator's neck, tightening it around his neck. And a muffled groan was heard. The demonic cultivator's face turned red. He had been stabbed, and his limbs were pinned down by a person. His neck was also strangled by the Vajra rope, making it difficult for him to breathe. Go to hell. The man with the blade raised his blade and ruthlessly stabbed down again. This time, the blade hit the demonic cultivator's chest. The demonic cultivator groaned, and blood flowed out of his mouth. His body twitched, and his eyes were wide open. In the end, he swallowed his last breath. Only when the demonic cultivator stopped breathing did the few of them release their grip and fall to the ground, panting. Sure enough, one person's strength was small, but many people's strength was great. With everyone's strength, even if they weren't weak, they could still kill a nascent soul cultivator. Take the things from him and leave quickly, Lei Xiao said in a low voice. As he stood up, he glanced around. The people around him stared at them, but didn't move. Even if they saw that they had obtained a lot of things after killing the nascent soul cultivator, they didn't go forward to snatch it. Most of the others were alone, and only the few of them were in a group. The 2 men who had just joined saw the green-robed youth sitting there foolishly after strangling the demonic cultivator. They immediately pulled him up. Let's go. If we don't go, the nascent soul demonic cultivator behind us will be here. Thus, Feng Jiao was dragged away by them. Perhaps it was because they saw the few of them working together to kill a nascent soul stage devil cultivator. Some of the other people also learned to form teams. The small teams ranged from a few people to a dozen to 20 people. It was also because they formed teams that the death rate of the following battles was reduced. Feng Jiao, who was being led to the front, came back to her senses after a long while. She then looked at the people around her. While she was looking at them, they were also looking at her after introducing themselves. Aren't you a fast runner? Why can't I run in this forest? One of them asked with a rare smile. Evidently, he had also recalled the scene where Feng Jiao was being chased by the corroding devil tiger. It's not that the ground in this forest is uneven and there are a lot of weeds. Of course we can't travel at the same speed as on flat ground, Feng Jiao said. He looked at them and asked, Are you guys traveling in a group? Then I'll go with you, okay? When they heard this, they glanced at him. Lei Xiao said, Among all of us, it looks like you're the weakest. You can come with us, but I'll say this first. Don't be a burden. Feng Jiao smiled happily. Her face was simple and honest. No, I won't be a burden. Could she be a burden? What a joke. Chapter 1829. I have experience in the wild forest. Even without a map, I can lead you out of this forest. One of the people said, It was one of the two people who had just joined. When they heard this, they looked at each other and said, "Then let's go. Don't waste time here." In this forest, time was life. If they didn't leave the forest before the agreed time, it would be very difficult for them to survive. "Let's go this way," the man who had just spoken said as he led the way. The others followed behind him. Even though this was a forest, other than the chirping birds on the branches, the people walking in this forest didn't even see a single beast. In addition, Elder Gue didn't give them any fasting pills. While their physical strength was exhausted, their stomachs were also hungry. Gradually, some people's speed slowed down. "I caught a snake. It's barely edible," Su-san said as he held a snake that couldn't move in his hand and walked towards the people resting under a tree. They glanced at the snake. Some picked up branches, some skinned the snake, and some lit a fire. They were prepared to roast the snake and eat it. Even if there wasn't much meat, it was better than nothing. However, Fengjiu glanced at it and said, "Don't bother. This snake can't be eaten." As soon as she said that, everyone turned to look at her. "Why can't it be eaten?" Su-san asked. "It's a poisonous snake," Fengjiu said. "It's fine as long as the gallbladder is taken out. The meat can still be eaten." As Su-san spoke, he swiftly dealt with the snake in his hand and peeled off the skin. "I have been traveling for many years and have eaten many poisonous snakes. Even if I have never seen this kind of snake before, what difference does it make?" In his opinion, as long as it was processed, it was fine. Why couldn't it be eaten? This kind of snake's meat is poisonous. If you eat it, you'll be paralyzed or die. Fengjiu said again. His eyes fell on his hand that was stained with snake blood. He frowned slightly. "Snake blood is also poisonous. Don't you want your hand anymore?" Everyone looked at Fengjiu's serious face. It didn't seem like he was lying. They couldn't help but look at the skinned snake. Just as Meng-san was about to say that he was fine, his hand suddenly went numb, and the snake fell to the ground. He couldn't help but be startled. Seeing this, how could the others not understand? They immediately looked at Fengjiu and asked, "You know medicine?" He was stained with snake blood. Was there an antidote? What if there is no solution? They had been traveling outside, but they had never encountered such a venomous snake. What kind of place was this? Susan looked at his hands that were quickly turning red and swollen. His heart sank, but he didn't say anything. What else could he say? She had just reminded him, but he didn't take it seriously. Who could he blame now? Fengjiu glanced at it and asked, "Where did you catch the snake?" "There must be an antidote next to the place where the snake appears." "In front," Su-san said as he walked towards the place where he had caught the snake. Fengjiu followed behind him, and the others followed. Walking at the back, they looked at Fengjiu in surprise. They didn't expect this inconspicuous young man to know medicine. Moreover, he seemed to be very proficient in it. Chapter 1830. Hiss. The sound of a venomous snake hissing could be heard. A brightly colored venomous snake darted out from the bushes and stared at them with its bloodthirsty tongue. When they saw the venomous snake, they were slightly surprised. They looked at Fengjiu with a glint in their eyes. How did she notice the venomous snake darting out from the bushes when she pulled Paisin back so suddenly? His reaction was even faster than the few of them. "Let's do it. What is the antidote?" Lei Xiao and the rest walked forward. Some of them held swords in their hands, while others held tree branches. With their cultivation level, it was easy for them to deal with a few venomous snakes. The herb with a red line in the middle of the leaves beside the tree can cure the poison. She did not walk forward but asked them to pick it. The few of them walked forward and cut one of the snakes in half. The rest of the snakes ran away. After checking with the tree branches, they did not find any more venomous snakes. Then they went forward to pick the herb. Pick the leaves and swallow them. Then chew some and boil it on your hands. The venom will be gone in about half an hour. Fengjiu said. Meng-san did as he was told, and the others rested under a tree. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Meng-san's complexion was getting better and the bruises on his hands were fading away. They praised him in their hearts. That seemingly unremarkable herb actually had such a miraculous effect. Can this herb cure other poisons as well? Lin Shi asked. He thought that if it could cure other poisons, he might as well pick more in case of emergencies. Hearing this, Feng Jiu could not help but laugh. How is that possible? All poisons have to be treated according to the symptoms. How can there be one herb that can cure all poisons? Furthermore, this is not considered a spiritual herb. It is not very useful. You know medicine. Lei Xiao looked at Feng Jiu and said. The youth did not answer her earlier, but this time, it was not a question, but a confirmation. I know a thing or two, she said with a simple and honest smile. Lei Xiao looked around and saw that there was no one around. She lowered her voice and asked, Do you know what the poison in our bodies is? Is there a cure? If the poison in their bodies could be cured, then they would not be controlled by the people from the Temple of Darkness. They could leave as soon as they had the chance. However, the poison in their bodies was a big problem. When the others heard this, their hearts jumped and they looked nervously at Feng Jiu. Yes, if the youth had a way to cure the poison in their bodies. However, they shook their heads when they thought of it. How could the youth have a cure? Wasn't he poisoned as well? The poison in their bodies once every half-month. If they did not take the antidote, they would die. I don't know. She simply shook her head. The few of them sighed inwardly. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but they also felt that it was natural. How could the poison that elder ghost may be something that just anyone could detoxify? How old was the youth? It was normal. Let's go. Si Yin, we must leave this forest within 3 days. Lei Xiao said, and led the group away again. Chapter 1831. Was it because of those people that she had killed? She thought to herself. She had killed all those people in one move, and they were all nascent soul-stage demonic cultivators. No matter how much they suspected, they would not suspect her. Night fell, and in the dark night, there were occasional screams. No one used the whole night to rest, but after a short rest, they continued to walk. Walking in the dark night, it was easy to get lost if you were not careful. However, the deeper they went, the more dangerous and difficult it was. Feng Jiu's team of 7 people gradually joined in as they walked. From 7 people, there were more than 10 people, and then there were more than 30 people. Perhaps because there were more people, there was a trace of vigilance between them. After all, no one knew each other, and no one knew each other's character. However, they formed a team to survive, and they supported each other, but they did not dare to guarantee that they would face danger together, and even more so, they did not dare to guarantee that the people around them would not push them out in the face of danger. Feng Jiu could be said to be the most inconspicuous among the group. When everyone was resting, she sat in the corner and ate grass that she had picked from somewhere. Yes, in the eyes of those who did not know, she was so hungry that she could not stand it anymore, and was sitting at the side eating grass. But they did not know that the grass she was eating was a kind of wild herb, which could stimulate saliva and barely fill the stomach. Hey, for you. Paisen took out a green fruit the size of an egg and threw it to Feng Jiu. Who knew? It was suddenly intercepted by a hand. That brat ate it for free. It's better to give it to me than to him. A man said, and after receiving the fruit, he was ready to eat it. However, Paisen glared at him, stepped forward, and grabbed the man's hand. Who gave it to you? Give it to me. When he was about to take back the fruit, the man suddenly attacked him. Paisen quickly counterattacked, and the two of them fought back and forth. If this was in the past, no one would care about a single fruit. However, during the few months they were imprisoned in the plaza, other than sparring and training, they could not eat their fill. Not to mention, after they were imprisoned here, their physical strength was greatly depleted, they could not drink water, and they could not eat anything. In their eyes, a single fruit was naturally different. When the people around them saw this, they only glanced at them briefly before their gazes fell on Feng Jiu. The dozens of people had different expressions in their eyes. They were surprised that the two of them would actually fight over a fruit. They were even more surprised that the man would give the extremely precious fruit to the youth. After all, the youth could be said to be the weakest among the dozens of people present. Even if he walked through this forest with them, he probably wouldn't survive to the end. Giving him the food was indeed, like that person said, a waste. Feng Jiu ate the grass. The sourness in his mouth was very refreshing. Her gaze swept across the crowd without leaving a trace, taking in their expressions one by one. Then, her gaze fell on the two people who were fighting. To be honest, she was also surprised that Pai San would give the fruit to her. There were no wild animals in this forest, and there were no wild fruits either. She did not know where he got the fruit and gave it to her instead of eating it. Chapter 1832. Had they gone crazy from hunger? Perhaps, in their eyes, she was also crazy from hunger. Otherwise, how could she eat grass? Thinking of this, she sighed softly in her heart. She threw away the grass in her hand and stared at the two people. In her mind, she was thinking, the sky is about to brighten, and there are only 2 days left. I don't know if they've walked halfway. At this speed, can they really get out of here? A muffled groan was heard. Feng Jiu came back to her senses and saw that the golden core cultivator who had snatched the fruit was kicked away by Su San. The fruit in his hand was also taken back by Su San. Get out of our group, Su San shouted in a deep voice. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. At this moment, his whole body was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. It was as if that person dared to take another step forward, he would dare to kill him. When that person saw this, he endured the pain and stood up while clutching his stomach. He glared at Su San with resentment and glanced at Feng Jiu before he turned and left, disappearing into the weeds. Take it, Su San said with a dark face as he handed the fruit to Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu looked at him and reached out to take it. Thank you. Although she had water and food in her space, and this kind of physical work didn't consume much of her energy, she still made herself look very miserable for the whole day in order to not be suspected. Su San walked away with a straight face and said a few words to Lei Xiao and the others. Not long after, everyone was ready to move again. At this moment, 2 nascent soul cultivators suddenly appeared on the tree. They opened the black bags in their hands and sprinkled them down. Hiss! Hiss! Ah, it's a snake! It's a poisonous snake! In an instant, everyone who was sitting around exclaimed and quickly scattered. They only felt the slippery snakes coiling around their bodies. Some of them couldn't dodge in time and were bitten, screaming in pain. In the midst of the chaos, Feng Jiu was eating a fruit. Before she could swallow the fruit, she saw a brightly colored poisonous snake flying towards her. She immediately grabbed a branch beside her and swatted it away. Then, she quickly got up and walked towards Lei Xiao and the others. In the process of walking, several poisonous snakes that were thrown towards her were removed by her. At this time, the 2 nascent soul cultivators had already left. Even if she wanted to throw the snakes at them, she couldn't find them. While she was dodging, she caught a glimpse of a poisonous snake slithering from the bottom of her feet. When it was about to bite the nightmare was paying attention to the top and did not pay attention to the bottom of his feet. Seeing this, she used her dodging action to step on the snake's head. With a stomp, he increased his strength. The snake tail swayed a few times before it stopped moving. Lei Xiao and the others shouted in a low voice and quickly left this place. She also left with them, and some people behind her also followed. They quickly walked about 500 meters before stopping. They saw that the original group of dozens of people, after being disturbed by the 2 bags of snakes, had less than 20 people left. Moreover, all of them had messy hair, were in a sorry state, and there was still anger on their faces. That's right. Just think about how they were captured here and controlled by others. Even their lives were not in their hands, and from time to time, things like this would happen. It really made them angry, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 1833. So many people were caught off guard, and half of them were bitten to death by the poisonous snakes that fell from the sky. This kid, who looked the weakest and weakest, how could he still be standing there perfectly fine? Furthermore, he was still eating a half-eaten fruit in one hand. When he heard his words, he raised his head with a dazed expression on his face. How could such a foolish and unintelligent person survive just now? Everyone's gaze fell on the young man in green. A look of surprise flashed across their faces, but they did not say anything. To be able to survive, he must have some ability. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lei Xiao's gaze fell on Feng Jiu for a while. A look of contemplation and inquiry flashed across his eyes. Others didn't notice it, but he did. When a poisonous snake on the ground was about to bite Nightmare, it was this young man who stepped on the snake's head. When he moved his foot away, The snake's head was already rotten on the ground. To be able to step on the snake's head with such precision in the chaos and save Nightmare 3's life. How could this kid be simple? Crunch. Feng Jiao took a bite of the fruit. After looking at the crowd, his gaze fell on the man who was making a fuss about nothing. With some confusion, he said in a muffled voice, "You're still alive, too. How could I be dead?" Hearing this, the man choked and widened his eyes. Did he mean that he was more powerful than him? This kid's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. How could he talk to a golden core stage cultivator like him? He really did not know his limits. Pfft, stupid kid. The man sneered but did not say anything else. After all, among those who were caught here, there were also honest people. All right, let's go. The sky is bright. Let's get out of this forest first. As Lei Xiao spoke, he glanced at Feng Jiao and said something to the man beside him. The group of people continued to move forward. In this forest, some people had obtained a map, while others had lost their way. They were running around in all directions. The deeper they walked, the more a cloud of smoke gradually filled the forest, obstructing their vision. Help! Is there anyone? Help! As they walked, they vaguely heard a cry for help, and it seemed that there was more than one person. The few people in front stopped and looked at the hazy mist in front of them. It seems to be a formation. It is indeed a formation. Those people should be trapped inside. The fog is rather dense. Even if there's a formation, we can't see clearly. To be able to trap those people, I'm afraid it's no ordinary formation. As Lei Xiao and the others spoke, they discussed whether or not they should save those people. It was at this moment that the trapped person seemed to have noticed the people outside, and his voice rang out once more. "We have a map. If you save us, we can look at the map together. If you have a map, you will be able to get out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out." Hearing that voice, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. They have a map. Save him. It is indeed more convenient to have a map of this place. But what if they are lying to us? Another person hesitated. We also need to pass through here. Let's study how to pass through first. Also, which one of you is good at formations? If there's anyone who's good at array formations, let me know. As Lei Xiao spoke, her gaze swept across the crowd. Chapter 1834. I know a little about arrays too, but I don't know how this array is like. I can't guarantee that I can break it. Another man said. Hearing the two say that they only knew a little about arrays, one of the men said, "I'm quite proficient in arrays. Maybe I can give it a try." When he said this, his tone was obviously a little smug. Feng Jiao looked at them, finished eating the fruit, and stretched out her hand. Her voice was neither loud nor soft as she said, "I know a little about arrays too." However, after everyone's gaze swept past him, they automatically ignored Feng Jiao. It was obvious that they looked down on him. They felt that even if this young man knew a little about arrays, it was probably just the tip of the iceberg. After all, the few of them who knew about arrays were all golden core cultivators. How much could he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, know? Since that's the case, the two of you come with me to take a look. The cultivator who said that he was proficient in arrays said to the other two and took a step forward. Seeing this, Feng Jiao put down her hand embarrassedly. All right, if they were ignoring her, so be it. She would continue to be invisible. The three of them went ahead to explore the path while studying what kind of array it was. The rest of them stayed where they were until, after a while, the three of them returned. All of you follow me. This array isn't that big of a deal. It's just a common bewitching array. Although it's been slightly modified, it shouldn't be a big problem. The man who said that he was proficient in arrays said and gestured for everyone to follow him. Seeing this, the crowd looked at one another before following the three of them into the fog. In the array, the fog became thicker and thicker. Even the people in front couldn't see. Hence, the people in front let the people behind pull on each other's clothes. Feng Jiao walked at the back and didn't pull on the clothes of the person in front. The person in front also refused to pull on her clothes. Hence, she followed silently. However, after walking for a while, she was slightly surprised. She raised her eyebrows and stopped in her tracks. She couldn't see clearly, but the sound of footsteps seemed to be right in front of her. And for some reason, the voices of the people who were crying for help disappeared in the air. Interesting. She curled the corners of her lips and revealed a smile. She released her divine sense at this moment and noticed that there were no flying immortals or nascent soul cultivators watching her. Only then did she slow down her pace and casually walk through the array. As for the people in front, after walking for a while, they felt that something was wrong. They couldn't help but stop. This isn't right. Why does it seem like it's going in circles? Where's the person who called for help? Why is there no sound? Lei Xiao asked from the front, but no one could answer. At this moment, the man who said he was proficient in formations had sweat dripping down his forehead. He muttered, "How could this be? How could this be? This array formation seemed to be able to change? It wasn't like this when I came in." Hearing this, how could the crowd not know that they were also trapped? For a moment, they all fell silent. At this moment, Su San shouted, "Kid? Brat? Are you there?" Not hearing anything for a long time, he knew something was wrong and asked, "Where's that young man? Who saw him?" Pai San counted the number of people until he reached the last person and asked, "Where is the young man behind you? Wasn't he pulling on your clothes? Why didn't you say anything when he went missing?" Chapter 1835. Perhaps it was because the green-robed youth had saved him before, but along the way, he paid more attention to him than the others. Naturally, he also hoped that the youth could walk out of here alive. Now that more than 10 people were walking together, but the youth was lost, his face immediately darkened. Without saying a word, Payson strode back. In his opinion, if the young man in green had not come with them, he would have died soon. He had saved his life, so he could not leave him alone. "Ming San, where are you going?" Lei Xiao and the others walked over. "I'm going back to find that kid." Ming San said, "Let's go with you. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to walk alone." Lei Xiao said, "Yes, let's go together. He should be behind us. Maybe he's walking slowly, but he should be fine." Lin Shi said, seeing the few of them walking back, one of the people behind them called out, "You don't have to go back. Even if you go back the way you came, you won't be able to get out. The array here is constantly changing. If you're not careful, you won't be able to walk back." "Aren't we trapped now? What's the difference?" They didn't even turn their heads as they continued to walk forward. Seeing the few of them leave, the remaining 10 people stood there in silence. One of them asked, "Why are they so nice to that kid? It's not a big deal if he's lost." Earlier, Ming Sin was poisoned by a snake. It was that kid who saved him. Another person said while shaking his head, "It's too late to go back now." At this time, Feng Jiu, who did not know that Ming San and the others had turned back to look for her, was squatting on the ground and drawing circles with a branch. Well, it looked like circles, but it was actually an array. She was analyzing the changes in the array and the locations of the life and death gates. Due to the wonders of this array, when the array changed, the people trapped in it would not be able to call for help. Therefore, after squatting here for a while, she could faintly hear a few cries for help. It was from the people from before. The array changes in half an instance's time. Then, if we're here, it should be like this. If we want to get out of here, we should go in from here. She murmured softly as she drew circles on the ground with a branch. "Kid, where are you?" Suddenly, Su San's voice was heard. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised and looked up. There was a vast expanse of white in front of her, and she couldn't see anyone. She couldn't tell the direction of the voice either. However, she had already circled around and could easily reach them. Thus, he stood up and wiped away the formation on the ground with his foot. Only then did he walk forward. However, he had only walked a short distance when he heard a muffled groan and smelled the scent of blood. She frowned slightly and released her divine sense. She saw a nascent soul realm cultivator attacking the people trapped in the formation. Meng San and the others were also rushing towards the center of the formation. Seeing this, she quickened her pace and walked forward. Perhaps if a few golden core stage cultivators joined forces outside, they would have a slim chance of survival. But in here, they would only be killed. Chapter 1836. In an instant, the aura of death enveloped him. The pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was so terrifying that it made him break out in cold sweat. He desperately told himself to get out of the way, but his entire body was frozen. It was as if he had been frozen in 1,000-year-old ice. He was frozen as he stared at the sharp sword piercing toward his forehead. Meng San. When Lei Xiao saw this, he was still a distance away. Just as he thought Meng San would be killed, he heard Meng San groan. His originally stiff body suddenly bent down, and he fell to the ground. And Su San let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Before he could recover, Lei Xiao, who was behind him, rushed forward and dragged him to the other side. The few of them did not dare to hesitate and quickly gathered together to resist the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. However, for some reason, this nascent soul cultivator was determined to kill them. The pressure he released was extremely strong. Even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't withstand the pressure. Pooh! They spat out a mouthful of blood and felt the blood in their bodies become chaotic. Under the pressure, they fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. In front of a nascent soul cultivator who was a level higher than them, the pressure he released was like Mount Tai. It was difficult to even breathe. The nascent soul cultivators who fought them before didn't release such a strong pressure. Just the pressure alone was enough to let them know that he wanted them dead. Mere golden core cultivators want to live from my hands. There are hundreds of you. Even if you die, it'll be the same for you. Die. The nascent soul cultivator's cold and ruthless voice sounded. His sharp sword contained sword chi as it attacked Meng San and the others. Just as they were prepared to die, they suddenly saw a figure rush out. It was like a ghost, so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. They only knew that in the fog, the figure rushed out with lightning speed and grabbed the nascent soul cultivator attacking them. Who is it? The nascent soul cultivator's gloomy voice sounded. But after that, there was no more movement. They sat on the ground in shock and couldn't recover for a while. Who was it? Who saved them? With such skills and speed, he was definitely a strong person who was above the fairy realm. If there was really a strong person who had managed to sneak in, would they be saved? Why are you all sitting on the ground? Feng Jiu walked out of the fog and looked at the people who were sitting on the ground in a daze with a surprised expression. She looked around and asked, "Why are there only a few of you? Did you guys get separated too?" It took them a while to regain their senses. They stood up and looked around. Gone. That dangerous aura was gone. It seemed that the nascent soul cultivator had been killed. But who was the one who saved them? At this moment, no one thought that it was Feng Jiu who had appeared in front of them. After all, how could a Foundation establishment youth do such a thing? They didn't even suspect that it was him, so they ruled him out. "We're here for you. Are you all right?" Chapter 1837. To be able to hit his legs and save his life in this fog. How high was that person's cultivation level? And wasn't this the territory of the Temple of Darkness? How could someone else have snuck in? "I'm fine. I was just walking when I realized that you were all gone. I walked around and heard some noise, so I came over," Feng Jiu said as he smelled the scent in the air and walked forward about 2 or 3 meters. "Come over quickly. There are corpses here." Hearing this, they immediately rushed forward. When they arrived at Feng Jiu's side, they found several people lying on the ground. The corpses hadn't hardened yet. They were probably killed by the nascent soul cultivator earlier. "There's something here." Feng Jiu took out something from one of the people's arms and unfolded it. He couldn't help but smile. "It's a map. Let me see." Lei Xiao stepped forward and took a look. He couldn't help but be delighted. It really is a map. Through the fog, he looked at the map. After a while, he pointed out, "We're here now. We've walked half the distance. It seems that we're heading in the right direction. We're heading in the right direction. However, the most troublesome thing now is how to get out of this formation. Don't worry about that. Just follow me." Feng Jiu smiled and said to the others, "Let's go. You won't get lost if you follow me." Hearing this, the others looked at each other. They didn't say anything and followed beside him. However, they didn't have much hope in their hearts. Unexpectedly, after walking for a while, they met the previous dozen or so people. "You come back again?" A man was slightly surprised when he saw them. After all, it wasn't easy to walk in this formation. However, when he saw the young man in green, his eyes widened. "It's you again?" This young man lost it and actually found it again. This kid's luck was too good, wasn't it? "It's me." Feng Jiu smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to come with us?" The others had no choice but to follow them. Even if they couldn't get out, at least they wouldn't be separated. However, what they didn't expect was that in less than an hour, they actually walked out of the formation. Out? It can't be. One of the men looked behind him in disbelief, then looked at Fengjiu. For a moment, his gaze became complicated. Like I said, I also know about formations. Fengjiu smiled and squinted his eyes. He looked like a simple and honest person, but when they heard his words and looked at him, they were so angry that they wanted to beat him up. But thinking about it, he had clearly said it before. It was them who didn't believe him and consciously ignored him. How could they blame him now? In the end, they could only swallow their anger. Let's go. There's a water source up ahead. Lei Xiao pointed to the left. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, "How do you know?" Everyone's gazes swept over him until they saw him take out a map. Their eyes narrowed involuntarily. Map? He actually got a map? They recalled that the people who had been crying for help in the formation seemed to have shouted that they had a map. Chapter 1838. Seeing this, Lei Xiao and the others stared at them with vigilance and took defensive stances. "What do you want?" Lei Xiao asked in a deep voice. At this moment, a few men walked out from the group. They glanced at Lei Xiao and the others and waved their hands to signal the others to pay attention to their surroundings. One of them said in a deep voice, "You don't have to worry. We don't want to do anything to you. However, since you can come here, it can be seen that you are not ordinary people. There is something we want to cooperate with you." Hearing this, Lei Xiao and the others exchanged glances. Fengjiu, who was standing with Lei Xiao and the others, also glanced at those people. A trace of thought flashed through her eyes. Cooperate with what? Don't forget, we're just prey in their hands. We don't even know if we can leave this forest alive. Susan snorted and stared at them with an unfriendly expression. Although these people were not bloodthirsty and cruel, they had been in here for a few months. They were all like ferocious beasts, and it was hard to trust them. That's why we should cooperate, a fair-skinned man said and looked at the crowd. Are you really willing to give your lives to the people of the Temple of Darkness? Can't you even control your own life? Everyone was silent. Of course they were not willing, but what could they do now? Fengjiu's lips curled up slightly, and a trace of interest flashed through his eyes. Interesting. What do these people want to do? Were they planning to revolt? They shouldn't be so stupid, right? With their strength, they couldn't escape. Moreover, the ghost elder wasn't easy to fool. It would be very difficult for them to escape. Moreover, the poison in each of them couldn't be cured by ordinary people. What do you mean by cooperating? Lei Xiao asked in a deep voice while paying attention to them and guessing their intentions. The fair-skinned man exchanged glances with the people beside him before he said, "There's a piece of news that you probably don't know. Those who leave this place alive will be kept behind to be nurtured. And this nurturing isn't just simple nurturing. It's nurturing with medicinal pills to rapidly increase their strength and combat strength." The fair-skinned man paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, other than some of the spies that will be sent to the 4 great sects, the rest will be nurtured as elites. In other words, as long as we pass this test, as long as we can withstand the subsequent tests, we will not only become stronger with the help of the pills, but also have a chance to survive. And what we want to cooperate with you is to help each other and minimize the deaths of our brothers as much as possible. When our strength increases, we'll join forces and escape from here. As for the poison in our bodies, I've heard from a friend that there's a ghost doctor who can bring the dead back to life and is proficient in medicine and poisons. When the time comes, we can find this person and ask him to cure us. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She sized up this fair-skinned man. This person actually knew about the ghost doctor. Furthermore, where did he get all this information from? Where did you get this information from? Paisen asked the question she wanted to ask. Chapter 1839. When everyone saw the unnatural expression on his face, they all found it strange. If you have something to say, just say it. What's so awkward about a man? Moreover, they were all men here too. How did you get this information? Lei Xiao also asked, staring at the fair man. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be shy. Who's being shy? The fair man glanced at him unhappily, coughed lightly, and said, "I got this information from Elder Ghost Woman." Hearing this, everyone was startled. That woman? What do you mean? Even if she knew, why would she tell you this information? The fair man's face flushed slightly, as if he was holding his breath, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but blink. Her mind moved as she stared at the fair man, and her voice had a trace of surprise. "You're... who that woman?" The fair man said hurriedly. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he coughed lightly. "That woman wanted to me, so I beat her at her own game. I got a lot of information from her, and this information is definitely true." Hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. If that was the case, then it made sense, especially since this man was fair and clean, and his appearance wasn't bad. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a pretty boy, and he was indeed much better than Elder Ghost. However, you mentioned the ghost doctor earlier? Is this person's medical skills really that good? Lei Xiao asked again. Yes, according to my friend, there's no poison in this world that the ghost doctor can't cure. The fair man said with certainty, clearly believing in his friend. Fengjiu touched her face, and it was a little hot. She was standing here, but these people didn't know and praised her in front of her. Yes, she was a little embarrassed. Hearing this, everyone gathered together to discuss, and finally decided to take a gamble. Thus, after a simple introduction, the 50 to 60 people continued to walk forward according to the map. Along the way, Fengjiu found that the people in the original group of 30 people seemed to have been reorganized, and no one had any bad intentions. It was the same for the dozen people on their side. Even if they encountered danger along the way, they passed through safely. In addition, among these people, there were people who were good at various fields, and they were also very determined. They were a group of good seedlings. The water source is in front. Let's all rest up there. The fair man, Hao Juanhao, said, pointing at a place not far ahead. You have a map too? Lei Xiao glanced at them and asked. There's one. They nodded and glanced at Lei Xiao. The other one is with you, right? At that time, they had seen the maps that they had taken out. They did not expect that both maps would fall into their hands. That's right. Lei Xiao responded and didn't say anything else. When they reached the water source, everyone sat down to rest. After a while, a few of them looked around vigilantly. Su San and He Sheng looked at each other, then got up and walked around. Fengjiu saw this and walked beside them. When they came to a place a little further ahead, they saw that there were people who were one step ahead of them. Chapter 1840. They had a map in hand and had come here in a group. However, this person was alone and had arrived at the water source one step ahead of them. From this, it could be seen that this person was not ordinary. That person noticed their presence and glanced at them, but it was only a glance before he shifted his gaze away, no longer paying attention to them. Instead, he took out a bamboo tube cut from somewhere and filled it with water, preparing to continue on his journey. Seeing this, Su San and He Sheng both called out to him, Brother, wait a moment. The two of them chased after him. Fengjiu, on the other hand, was sizing up the man without leaving a trace. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. This man was quite capable. He looked to be in his 30s, and his clothes were stained with blood. He held a blade in his hand at all times. It could be seen that he had killed many people along the way. Most of the people that Elder Ghost sent here were nascent soul cultivators. This person was able to defeat a nascent soul cultivator by himself, which was already an extraordinary feat. What are you doing? The person narrowed his eyes and turned around. His killing intent was terrifying. Seeing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile. This person's aura was not inferior to the 8 Phoenix Guard by her side at all. His killing intent was naturally revealed. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he was already able to intimidate the other party. She didn't think that there would be hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the captured people. We'll form a group of a few dozen people. Brother, do you want to come with us? That way, we'll be able to look after each other. Su San invited. This kind of person was definitely worth recruiting. No need. The man directly refused and walked away. In a short while, he disappeared in front of their eyes. I recognize this person. He's the man who killed a nascent soul cultivator. Last time, he caused quite a commotion. This person is very promising. I didn't think that not only would his battle prowess be good, his sense of direction would also be good. He's not simple to be able to get here without a map. Susan withdrew his gaze and spoke with an unconcealable tone of regret. They felt that it was a pity that they couldn't recruit such a person into their team. Fengjiu, on the other hand, didn't say anything. He just listened and watched quietly. Then, he walked back with them and found a place to sit down. He listened to Ming San and Ming San tell everyone about their encounter with the man just now. All right, let's go after the rest. It won't be too late to rest after we leave the forest. As Lei Xiao spoke, she stood up and let everyone set off again. The group quickened their pace and moved forward. On the morning of the third day, just as they were about to pass through the forest, Fengjiu, who had been invisible all this time, suddenly stood out. I think we can split up here. His sudden words startled everyone. What do you mean? Paisen asked. 50 to 60 people's gazes fell on Fengjiu. Obviously, they didn't know what he meant. Or rather, no one thought too deeply about it. They didn't guess what those people were thinking when they saw them appear together. Fengjiu glanced at them and said in a voice that wasn't too loud or soft, I think they captured us and want to train us to be spies. They definitely don't want us to be too involved with each other. It's not easy for them to control us, and it's easy for something to happen. Chapter 1841. From this moment onwards, even if we see each other, we'll pretend not to know each other. Lei Xiao immediately said to the group, even if they find out that we've formed a team, it doesn't matter. However, once we reach this place, we'll split up and act like before. Okay, the group replied. They knew that this was the best way to go. Thus, they formed a team. Some of them walked first, while others walked slowly. They split up and walked separately. Fengjiu naturally walked with Lei Xiao and the others. Hao Ju and Hao also walked with them. They only walked out of the forest at noon. However, before they left, the man they had met before was already sitting there and waiting for them. Beside him was the Ghost Elder, as well as a few Fairy Realm cultivators and a few Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. When they saw them walk out, those people glanced at them and sized them up. When the Ghost Elder saw that the green-robed youth had actually managed to walk out alive, he couldn't help but look at him in surprise. He secretly sized him up. He saw that the youth's face was pale, his robes were torn, and his hair was messy. Compared to when he had first seen him, he was no longer clean and handsome. After glancing at him, the Ghost Elder moved his gaze away and continued to wait with narrowed eyes. The group also sat down in a corner and didn't say anything to each other. A few more people arrived one after another. They were all the people they had formed a team with before. When they arrived, they all sat down with exhausted expressions and gasped for breath. Only when the sun had set did the spectral elder open his eyes. After glancing at the remaining people, he merely said, "Bring them all back." Afterwards, he left on his sword Qi. Fengjiu and the others were brought back by a few Fairy Realm cultivators using flying devices. When they returned to the plaza, the group stood in a circle. They didn't know what would happen next. At this moment, they were still somewhat nervous. Eat. One of the Fairy Realm cultivators waved his sleeve. Pills flew in front of the group and landed in their outstretched hands. Fengjiu picked up a pill and smelled it. Seeing that it was a fasting pill, he swallowed it. In this place, there was no need to count on meat. Just having fasting pills was already good enough. After everyone swallowed the pills, they felt that the hunger in their stomachs had finally disappeared. There was also a sense of satiation. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Only the heavens knew how much strength they had consumed in these 3 short days. Take these people away. We'll gather at dawn tomorrow, the Celestial Ascendant ordered. A few nascent soul cultivators then took the 70 to 80 people away. Yes, of the 378 people, only a dozen or so came out in the last 3 days, except for the 50 to 60 people in Fengjiu's team. Therefore, the total number of people who passed was only 70 to 80. They were brought to 3 large bunk rooms. Each bunk room could sleep about 30 people. After entering the room, they were given a set of black, tight-fitting clothes. In the future, all of you will live here. Turn left at the exit, and you'll find a place to bathe. Change your clothes and gather here tomorrow. After giving his instructions, the nascent soul cultivator turned around and left. Chapter 1842. This was a man. This was a man. At this moment, she really wanted to know how these people would react when they found out that she was a girl. She caught a glimpse of a man mumbling that his clothes were stained with something. After taking off his clothes, he even wanted to take off his remaining underwear. Seeing this, she hurriedly called out to stop him. "Uncle over there, wait, wait," Fengjiu shouted. Once she said this, the 20 people in the room all looked at her. The bearded man who was taking off his underwear heard this and turned to look at Fengjiu. "You're calling me?" He pointed at himself. "Yes, I'm calling you." Just as she replied, the bearded man glared at her and said with dissatisfaction, "I just haven't trimmed my beard for a few months. How can I be worthy of being called an uncle? I'm only 23 years old this year." Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. "All right, big brother, don't take off your underwear. Take it off when you shower." Hearing this, some of the people only laughed. Some of them were busy with their own things, thinking that this youth must have never been in a common bed before. He didn't know that they were all men who were more casual and didn't pay much attention to details. "What does it matter if we're all men?" The bearded man said disapprovingly. "What I have, you have too. Why are you embarrassed?" As he said this, he wanted to take off his underwear. Just as Fengjiu was about to speak, she saw the man swiftly take off his pants. Seeing this, she sighed softly and glanced at the bearded man before silently averting her eyes. It wasn't that she was embarrassed to look, but she felt that this person definitely wouldn't have the face to appear in front of her in the future. The shared room could accommodate 30 people, but there were only 25 people here. Fengjiu also chose a seat in the corner, so she didn't notice who was sitting next to her. When she came back from her shower, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the person sitting there. It was Su-san. Seeing Fengjiu enter, the others' gazes also fell on him, sizing him up. They saw that the originally green-robed youth had changed into a black robe. Although his appearance was not particularly outstanding, there was still something different about him. After putting on the black clothes, the youth's originally thin and weak body no longer looked as thin and small as before. Of course, compared to these robust men, it was incomparable. However, she was still valiant and very dazzling. This is the waist tag that those people sent over just now. There's a number written on it. It is our code name when we're being trained here. Paisen passed a tag to her. Fengjiu took a look and couldn't help but smile. 9. What a coincidence. Yes, after Lei Xiao and I took one, we also took one for you. The one in the corner over there is number 1. Paisen signaled Fengjiu to look over. The person sitting cross-legged on the other side of the bunk was the man they met in the forest. "Go to sleep. What's there to talk about?" A shout came from outside. Everyone inside stopped talking and went back to their beds to rest. Chapter 1843. Fengjiu glanced at the snake pit in front of him, then at the 70 to 80 men who had been brought over. Some of them had pale faces and large beads of cold sweat on their foreheads. Some had dark expressions and pursed their lips as they stared at the snake pit in front of them with tense bodies. Moving his gaze away from those people, Fengjiu's gaze landed on the fairies and nascent soul cultivators at the side. He slowly lowered his gaze. Was he trying to push those people into the snake pit? Those people were all captured from the outside. They weren't unforgivably evil people. From the fact that they were able to survive in the forest, it could be seen that they had some ability. However, if these people were to be killed just like that, it would be a bit too much. As the thought flashed through her mind, she sighed in her heart. How could the people from the Temple of Darkness have any humanity? Perhaps human lives were no more than ants to them. Not only would killing these people shock them, but it would also show their ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. After this scene, even those who were disloyal would have to consider whether or not they had the ability to completely escape from their hands. Otherwise, if they fell into their hands, it would be a fate worse than death. Everyone was silent. The spectral elder walked over from behind. The seductive woman was no longer by his side. This was because the woman had already been killed by him when she tried to seduce Hao Juanhao in the forest. The spectral elder walked to the front. His cold, viper-like gaze swept past the people in tight robes. When it landed on Fengjiu, It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but it lingered for a while before moving away. He looked at the men with tense bodies, and his cold, unhurried voice rang out. I said before that those who can't pass the test will die. Moreover, they will die very miserably. With that, he waved his hand, and the two nascent soul cultivators escorted two pale-faced men forward. Note the two men's legs went soft, and their pants were wet from extreme fear. Their faces turned pale as they looked at the snake pit. There were many kinds of death. However, this kind of death was the most difficult to accept. They weren't afraid of death. However, they were afraid of this kind of pain and death that came from the heart. Push them away. Elder Ghost's voice was filled with viciousness, as if he didn't treat the two of them as humans. No, don't. I'll help. The two of them were pushed into the snake pit by the nascent soul cultivator. As soon as they fell into the snake pit, the poisonous snakes coiled around them tightly. Not long after, Jianjing's shrill screams weakened. The two of them were motionless, their faces turning black and purple. Their bodies were covered with bite marks from the poisonous snakes. Fengjiu's gaze moved slightly and landed on Senior Gue. He secretly suppressed the urge to kill. Elder Gue did not notice Fengjiu's gaze. Instead, he looked at the people who were standing. He looked at them and said, "Becoming the food of a poisonous snake, enduring everything before death. I believe that you will not like that feeling." The ghost elder laughed sinisterly. He stared at the 70 to 80 people and said, "Kneel down and save me. Perhaps I can let you go and give you a chance to live." As soon as he said this, more than 30 of the 70 to 80 people fell to their knees and kowtowed to him. Chapter 1844. Pleas for mercy rang out in the plaza. However, Elder Gue's gaze didn't even look at them. Instead, it landed on the 40 or so men who were still standing ramrod straight. He asked with interest, "You guys aren't afraid of death?" One of the men snorted. "Even if we're afraid of death, we won't beg for mercy. If you want to kill us, then do as you please. Isn't it just death? What's the big deal?" Another man also spoke. There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Another man with a stocky build also spoke loudly. "We already knew that we would die when we came out, but we didn't think that we would die to these little snakes." How depressing. Fengjiu looked at these people and then looked at Elder Gue. His heart moved. It seemed like these people really did have a chance of survival. Sure enough, the spectral elder walked forward and swept his gaze over them. In the end, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Your courage isn't bad. Since you've become a member of our Dark Knight Temple, you can't be a coward." When these people heard this, they all frowned and stared at him as if they didn't understand. Elder Ghost stared at them and revealed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Although you guys are a bit weaker than those people, I've taken a liking to your backbone. I'll spare your lives. I believe that even if you guys aren't nurtured as elites, you'll still be useful in the future." After saying this, he looked at the two nascent soul cultivators on the side. "Take them down and send them to Elder Sunday. Have him arrange their training." "Yes." The two nascent soul cultivators responded and shouted at the 40 or so people, "Come over here." After those people left, Elder Gue glanced at the 30 or so people kneeling on the ground. His face was filled with disgust. Push away all of them on the ground in fear of the snakes. He looked down on people without courage. I'll fight it out with you." The people kneeling on the ground had no other choice. They could only get up and throw themselves at Elder Ghost with all their might. They thought that even if they died, they would drag someone down with them. From the moment the first person leaped up, the others also leaped up and threw themselves at Elder Ghost, and the others like they couldn't cover their ears. Elder Ghost's eyes narrowed as a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed through his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a black figure instantly shot out and kicked away the person that pounced at him before blocking in front of him. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes as he stared at the back of the black-clothed youth. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. "Kill them." Fengjiu's voice rang out, causing the people dressed in martial attire to recover from their shock. Seeing those people rushing forward, they also quickly rushed out. Crack! Yes. Muffled groans and the sound of bones breaking rang out in the square. Low shouts and miserable cries rang out, making it seem rather chaotic. The smell of blood spread through the air. Not long after, the entire square quieted down, and there were 30 or so corpses on the ground. After the people dressed in martial attire dealt with those people, they all lined up according to their numbers. Although they didn't show anything on their faces, every single one of them was slightly shaken in their hearts. At this moment, the ascendants on the side finally returned to their senses. They glanced at the corpses on the ground, then glanced at the people lined up in groups, and their eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 1845. Why did you kill them? The spectral elder's voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of scaring him. There was also a trace of curiosity in his voice, as if he really wanted to know why he did that. Fengjiu's body trembled slightly at this moment. He raised his head and looked at the spectral elder, because we're already part of the Temple of Darkness. Naturally, we couldn't just watch them attack you. At that moment, I didn't think of anything else. I just charged forward in a daze. His voice grew softer and softer. However, when the spectral elder heard his words, he revealed a satisfied expression. Very good. It's good that you have such self-awareness. The spectral elder looked at them and said, "From a moment you put on the robes given to you by the Temple of Darkness, you're part of the Temple of Darkness. I don't want wood, and I don't want wooden puppets that only follow orders. I want people who can change flexibly. Only this way, when you go out on missions in the future, you can better complete the orders given by the higher-ups. You're number 9? The spectral elder glanced at the badge on Fengjiu's waist. Yes, Fengjiu replied and lowered his head. He was so respectful that no one could find fault with him. Although your strength is the weakest among these people, you're quite smart. I find you pleasing to the eye. How about this?" The spectral elder's voice paused, and he glanced at everyone. "I originally wanted to choose a captain from among you today, but seeing how things have turned out, I'll choose you." Me? Fengjiu stuttered and asked in astonishment. "No, it'll be you." The spectral elder nodded in a good mood. Clearly, the scene of Fengjiu charging forward earlier had greatly pleased him. "But I'm the weakest," she said softly. "If you're weak, then think of a way to get up. There will be tests and training every once in a while. If you're still this weak at that time, then I'll kill you first before anyone else does anything." The spectral elder's eyes narrowed as a trace of viciousness appeared on his face. "Yes," Fengjiu replied, but he didn't feel any pressure in his heart. Was she weak? Come and try. If she wanted to make a move, no one here was her match. Lei Xiao, Su San, and the others narrowed their eyes. They were thinking that if number 9 hadn't killed those people would have suffered the pain of being bitten by the poisonous snakes. They had helped them by killing them. However, was number 9 really like what he said, or was he just like what they thought? They suppressed the thoughts in their hearts and followed one of the fairy realm cultivators through an underground secret tunnel. They arrived at the dungeon. As soon as they entered, the aura of death rushed towards them, causing their originally relaxed hearts to be on edge once again. The people locked up here are all people who are going to be executed. Today is the first day, so your mission is to kill those people inside, the fairy realm cultivator said coldly. He opened the last stone door and let them in. No one asked because they all knew that the people inside were not simple. Otherwise, they would not have allowed so many people to enter at once. The only thing they could be sure of was that no matter how many people there were, their strength was definitely above theirs. "Then don't we have weapons?" One of them couldn't help but ask. Chapter 1846. Hearing this, everyone could only walk forward. After they entered, the stone door behind them closed with a rumble. The originally clear line of sight also became dim at this moment, with only a few faint rays of light coming from the illumination on the wall. Fengjiu and Swan Sim were walking in front. However, suddenly, someone squeezed in from behind and knocked her to the side with force. At the same time, it was accompanied by a low curse. "Lackey, get lost. Don't block my way." A man scolded and glanced disdainfully at Fengjiu. He strode forward, but at this moment, his shoulder was grabbed by someone behind him. "How can you say that?" Paisen grabbed the man's shoulder and glared at him. "Who are you calling a lackey?" I'm talking about this kid. What's wrong? Isn't he a lackey? The man also turned around. This place was sealed, without the people from the Temple of Darkness watching. He could be bold and directly pointed at Fengjiu's nose and scolded. Fengjiu looked at the finger pointing at her, and her eyes flashed. She had the urge to break that finger. However, in the dim light, she only licked the corner of her mouth and suppressed that urge. She silently moved her eyes away and paid attention to the movements inside. Watch your words. Paisen glared at the man. Perhaps he felt that Fengjiu was young and had saved him before, so he wanted to protect him. Naturally, he would not allow him to be bullied. How did I say that? Tell me, am I wrong? Didn't this kid deliberately rush forward to save Elder Ghost to curry favor with those people? Was he if not a lackey? The man said disdainfully, his eyes still staring at Fengjiu. He felt that he was guilty and did not dare to talk back to him. Lei Xiao frowned and said, "Stop arguing. We're here on a mission. We don't know what dangers lie ahead. How can we quarrel here?" Lei Xiao glanced at the man and said, "Besides, I don't think there was anything wrong with number 9 stepping forward. If he hadn't rushed forward, those people would have died even more miserably." Hearing this, the others fell silent. Evidently, they had already thought of this point. Thus, they didn't say much about number 9's actions at that time. However, they were still a little surprised by his sharp senses and reaction. Even more so, they didn't think that he would help those people at that moment, killing them and giving them a quick death. TSK, who knew what he was thinking at that time? Didn't he say it himself? What did he mean by treating him as a member of the Temple of Darkness? He's just a lackey. It was obvious that the man looked down on Fengjiu, and he was angry that Fengjiu was appointed as their captain. So he insulted him and called him a henchman. Let's go. Let's go ahead and take a look." Fengjiu glanced at the man and ignored him. Instead, he pulled Pei-san forward. Lei Xiao didn't say anything when she saw this. She walked past the man and followed Fengjiu forward. The people behind them naturally followed. At the very back, the man who shared a bunk with Fengjiu's group also glanced at the man who insulted Fengjiu when he passed by him before walking forward. Seeing that everyone was standing on the kid's side, the man was a little dissatisfied and resentful. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath before quickly following. Chapter 1847. When Fengjiu and the rest arrived inside, they realized that the dungeon was as big as the plaza above. Furthermore, they did not see a single person along the way. It was clearly said that there were demonic cultivators who had committed crimes and were waiting to die. But now, they did not see a single person. Everyone could not help but become vigilant. When they walked, they also walked in groups of 2, with their backs facing each other as they paid attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce shout was heard, and a figure in tattered clothes rushed out. In the next moment, dozens of figures in tattered clothes rushed out once again and fiercely pounced on Fengjiu and the rest. Their speed and aura were like fierce beasts that had been starved for a long time, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Although neither side had any weapons in their hands, at this moment, murderous intent rose, and a cold aura caused the entire dungeon to become even more sinister. Low shouts, the sound of fists colliding, and the sound of palms slashing through the air rang out in the dungeon. Lei Xiao reached out and twisted, breaking the head of a demonic cultivator. A cracking sound was heard, followed by a shrill scream, mixed in with the chaos. Crack! Kill you! Kill you all! Go to hell! In the chaotic sounds of battle, the fallen corpses were stepped on, and some were tripped by the corpses. When they fell to the ground, another person pounced on them and waved his fist, attacking the fatal points of the other party's body. The sound of a chest shattering was heard, and the person who was hit in the sternum spat out blood. His body trembled, and in the end, his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he breathed his last. Hiss! A man in black took a deep breath. The clothes on his arm were torn, and there were a few bloody scratches on his arm. The wound looked as if he had been scratched by a wild beast, and it was a ghastly sight. Hiss! It hurt so much. The man who was scratched was the bearded man, the man who had taken off his underpants last night. He did not care about the wound on his arm, and waved his fist, which contained the aura of spiritual power, and landed on the other party's head with a bang. Bang! The heavy blow caused the man's head to tilt, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The bearded man turned around and attacked another person. At this moment, while he was dealing with the person in front of him, the person behind him held a sharpened white bone and fiercely stabbed it at the back of the bearded man's head. When Feng Jiu kicked a demonic cultivator away, he happened to catch a glimpse of this scene. Seeing that the bearded man's life on the line, he immediately moved his palm and a silver needle. The demonic cultivator with the sharp white bone in his hand screamed and grabbed his trembling wrist. Just as he was about to attack again, another demonic cultivator threw him and sent him flying. The sharp white bone in his hand pierced his heart. This was because the thin and weak youth had turned around and attacked, and sent a golden core cultivator flying. Furthermore, he had killed him with a single palm strike. He was dumbfounded by her nimble movements and beautiful movements. Wasn't this kid in the Foundation establishment stage? How? How could he send a golden core cultivator flying with a single palm strike? Chapter 1848. He quickly calmed himself down and attacked the demonic cultivators. With danger approaching, he could not care less about the kid. Beside Feng Jiu, Pai San was also secretly shocked when he saw Feng Jiu's skills. How was this the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be that he was hiding his strength? But if he was hiding his strength, why didn't Elder Ghost and the others notice? Although he was shocked, he did not show it on his face, nor did he ask any questions. Everyone had secrets. He did not say anything because he did not want them to know. However, he had been hiding his strength before. Why did he reveal his skills here? Was he not afraid that they would find out? Not only did Pai San and the bearded man notice it, but Lei Xiao and the others also noticed it. They originally wanted to pay more attention to number 9 and help him if he was in danger. They did not expect to see him attack so fiercely. They were all people who had been outside before. Naturally, they could tell at a glance that number 9's skills were steady and steady. Moreover, his attacks were fatal. He was definitely not simple. Number 1's gaze also swept past Feng Jiu. Just as he was about to look away, he saw the man who had called Feng Jiu a lackey use a sneak attack while attacking the demonic cultivator, fiercely knocking the youth who was fighting the demonic cultivator away. Seeing this, he frowned. In a flash, he stepped forward and kicked the man who had used a sneak attack. Bang! Ah! The man groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed to the ground. He supported himself against the wall and stood up. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at number 1 who had attacked him. At this moment, Feng Jiu sent the demonic cultivator flying with his palm as he was knocked away. At the same time, he spun around and landed steadily on the ground. When he turned around, he saw that the man who had knocked into him was kicked away by number 1. Seeing this, she glanced at number 1 and then shifted her gaze to the man who had stood up angrily. At this moment, most of the demonic cultivators had been killed. The remaining ones had died under the attacks of the crowd. In this battle, their side had lost 1 or 2 people, and many of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. At this moment, everyone was looking at the scene in front of them. "What's going on?" one of the men asked. He was somewhat puzzled. Why did his own people start fighting? Number 1 narrowed his eyes and stared at the man who stood up after being kicked by him. He didn't say anything. He made a move in the dark, trying to kill number 9. Lei Xiao frowned. He had also seen that scene. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. They all looked at the man. So that's how it is. He was probably unconvinced. Only then did he want to kill that young man. Just as everyone was thinking about this, they saw a young man in a tight suit walk up to the man, step by step. "Do you want to kill me? I'll give you a chance." At this moment, the expression on Feng Jiu's face was indifferent. He didn't have his usual naivety and stupidity. His entire person looked different. His entire body was filled with a dangerous aura, causing everyone's expression to change. They were a little surprised. Only the man's eyes were covered with hatred. When he saw the young man walking up to him fearlessly, he immediately let out a low growl. He clenched his fist and punched out. That punch contained 100% of the strength of a golden core cultivator. The sharp chi blade carried a terrifying force and struck out at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he wanted to kill his opponent with one punch. Chapter 1849. Let him deal with it himself. Lei Xiao placed a hand on Su San's shoulder and shook her head. When Su San saw this, he stepped back and stood there, watching. In the next moment, the youth caught the man's fist and turned it around with a flip of his hand. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The man's knee was kicked, and he fell to his knees and screamed in pain. What I hate the most is being plotted against. A gentle voice rang out coldly. Everyone saw the youth reach out and grab the burly man's throat, twisting his neck. Seeing the burly man's face turn red and pale, and finally being thrown to the ground without any signs of life, everyone could not help but gulp. Their gazes towards the youth were filled with a trace of horror. A foundation establishment cultivator? Or perhaps a golden core cultivator? He was actually able to easily neutralize 100% of the man's golden core power and killed him so easily. Could it be that his strength was not just at the golden core level? As this thought flashed through their minds, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. One after another, thoughts sprang up in their minds. If he wasn't just a golden core cultivator, then why was he here? Why had he been captured? Why hadn't the Ghost Elder and the others noticed him? Could it be that he was stronger than the Ghost Elder and the others? Why are you all looking at me? The youth turned around and smiled, revealing a simple and innocent expression. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that this youth could be so terrifying when he was ruthless. Ahem, let's go. Lei Xiao coughed softly. She composed herself and walked forward with the crowd. Number 1 glanced at Fengjiu, then walked forward without saying anything. Only the bearded man walked up to Fengjiu's side and sized him up from time to time, but he didn't ask anything. As the crowd continued to walk forward, the Ghost Elder was sitting with a few Fairy Realm cultivators outside. They were discussing something. Aside from those who died, we didn't find any other suspicious person. We've been guarding the forest for 2 days, but we still haven't found anything. Could it be that they've snuck in and were discovered by our people, so they escaped? A Fairy Realm cultivator looked at the Ghost Elder and said, "If that's the case, then it's one thing. I'm just worried that there might be someone hiding among us." Elder Ghost narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He went through each and every one of them in his mind, but he still didn't find anyone suspicious. After all, it was not easy to escape their eyes and move around under their noses. Moreover, the people who were caught were mostly rogue cultivators. They were not really capable people. If they were really capable, they would not have been caught by them. I don't think there's anything suspicious about the people we left behind. That person killed so many of our nascent soul cultivators. Why would he still dare to stay here? Another person said. He felt that the person who killed their people should have already left. The Ghost Elder thought deeply for a while, then said, "Pass down the order to increase our vigilance. If something like this happens again, no one will be able to bear the consequences." "Yes, we understand." The few of them replied and left. Chapter 1850. "Men," he shouted towards the outside. "Ghost Lord." A demonic cultivator walked in and bowed respectfully. "Find me a woman," he said with a gloomy voice. The demonic cultivator's eyes flickered when he heard that. He said, "Ghost Lord, the female cultivators from the All-Pleasure sect that we captured last time are still here. Their appearances and figures are all first-rate. Why don't I bring them over?" "All-Pleasure sect?" Elder Ghost narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. "Then what are you standing there for? Go." "Yes, yes," the demonic cultivator replied and hurried out. Not long after, the demonic cultivator brought 2 beautiful women with enchanting figures over. Perhaps it was because he had already told the 2 of them that the 2 women didn't have a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. After entering, they even bowed in a proper manner. "Ghost Lord." The 2 women bent their knees and bowed. Their thin clothes were unable to hide their alluring bodies. In particular, when they lowered their heads, they revealed a charming and enchanting expression. This caused Elder Ghost's eyes to light up as he revealed a satisfied smile. "Come here," he called out as his naked gaze lingered on the 2 women. The 2 women responded in a coquettish voice, and then they walked forward and leaned into Elder Ghost's embrace. The demonic cultivator tactfully retreated when he saw this. However, even after he walked out, he could still hear the sounds of ecstasy from inside. When Fengjiu and the others came out, it was already noon the next day. Elder Ghost and the others were slightly surprised when they saw so many people come out alive after those people went in. After all, the people locked up in the death row prison were all savage people. There was no need to even talk about their strength. They originally thought that having a dozen or so people come out alive would already be a lot, but they never expected they actually only lost around 4 or 5 people after going in. As for the people standing in front of them, although each of them had different degrees of injuries, it was undeniable that they had survived after going through trials and tribulations. Number 9. Elder Ghost's gaze swept past everyone and landed on the young man at the front. Yes. Fengjiu stepped forward without hesitation. The spectral elder stared at the young man in front of him. He could see that the young man was indeed growing. At the very least, there was no longer the timidity and fear between his brows like when they first met. His body also faintly gave off a vicious aura. He was very satisfied with this. Why don't you tell me why you only lost a few people after going in? There are even nascent soul cultivators in there. How did you survive? Reporting to Elder Ghost, your subordinates originally only cared about their own matters. However, as soon as we entered, 2 of us died. Especially towards the end, all of us were covered in injuries. At that time, your subordinates saw that I could not fight against them alone. In order to survive, I had everyone work together. In the end, we were lucky enough to survive. Hearing the young man's words, Elder Ghost narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over everyone. Only then did he wave his hand and indicate, "Bring out the weapons and let them choose. Prepare to enter the next stage of training." Yes, the demonic cultivators behind him replied. Not long after, they brought out many weapons. Choose one for each of you during this period of training. Once you've all passed and become spies, there will be magic tools for you to protect yourselves. The demonic cultivator stared at everyone as he spoke. Chapter 1851. Fengjiu looked at all kinds of weapons and finally picked up a dagger. When he opened it, the dagger shone with a sharp, cold light. Thus, he took the dagger and retreated. Elder Ghost watched from the side. To them, the most suitable weapons were sabers and swords. Short weapons like daggers, axes, and scimitars weren't suitable for them. After all, if 2 people were to fight, the one with a long weapon would naturally have an advantage. He looked around and saw that most of the people had chosen either a sword or a saber. Only number 9 had chosen a dagger. He couldn't help but ask, "Why did you choose a dagger when everyone else has chosen a saber or a sword? Don't you know that a dagger is at a disadvantage when fighting an enemy?" When Fengjiu heard this, he looked at Elder Ghost and said, "Because this subordinate's wrist is thinner and my strength is weaker than theirs. Compared to a long sword or saber, this subordinate feels that a dagger is more suitable. Moreover, I can hide it on my body when I sleep. It's safer." When Elder Ghost heard his words, he felt that the first half of his words were quite reasonable. He nodded secretly. Indeed, this brat looked the smallest, and his physique couldn't compare to the others. His wrist, indeed, didn't seem to have much strength. Picking a long sword wasn't as good as picking a dagger. After all, a dagger was shorter and had a faster reaction time. However, when he heard the latter half of his words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He glanced at the brat with a gloomy gaze before looking away and waving his hand to indicate for him to return. After hearing his words, he felt that the first half of his words were just for show. He guessed that this brat only wanted to say the last 2 sentences. It seemed that this brat was quite afraid of death. He even thought of hiding a dagger on his body when he slept, just in case. When number 1, Lei Xiao, and the others heard Fengjiu's words, they all lowered their eyes, hiding the emotions that flashed through their eyes. That brat's wrist was thin, his strength was weak. How could he say that? He didn't even think about who it was that lifted a demonic cultivator up with one hand and smashed him to the ground, smashing him to death. Take them all away. Elder Ghost waved his hand and turned to leave after giving his orders. On the other side, Morong Yixin had sent people out to find out, but after Fengjiu left, he didn't get any news at all. He couldn't help but ponder, where could she have gone? Has there been any news recently? He asked a man in black who was kneeling in front of him. Replying to young master, no. The black-robed man replied. Has Nayland Mo. Chen returned? Morong Ixin asked again. This subordinate sent people to guard the vicinity of the Nayland family, but they didn't see young Master Nayland return. However, they were discovered by the Nayland family. This subordinate had no choice but to transfer them back. Just send someone to keep an eye on their city gate. If Nayland Mo. Chen arrives, he will definitely pass through the city gate. Feng Jiu would definitely make a trip to the Nayland family. After all, her people had followed Nayland and Mo Chun here. Yes, that person replied, then left. On the other side, after Mo Chun and the others left, Xinyuan Mo's also began to make arrangements. However, his imperial father hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only guard here and wait for his imperial father to come out of seclusion before making arrangements. Sitting in the palace, a portrait of Feng Jiu was placed in front of him. Her red robes were flamboyant, and her eyes carried an aura of wanton confidence. Her demonic charm and carefree aura blended together, vividly portraying her spirit. Chapter 1852. At this moment, he probably couldn't imagine that Feng Jiu had snuck into the place where the Temple of Dark Night trained their spies. Master, Hui Lang came in from outside and looked at Xinyuan Mo's sitting in the palace. Xinyuan Mo's looked up and put away the portrait on the table. He said in a low voice, "Speak." The people we sent out came back with a piece of news. They said that the people from the Dark Knight Temple are going against the Phoenix Dynasty and our Xinyuan Dynasty because of one person. Grey Wolf took out the letter and handed it over. He said, "The details are all in here." Xinyuan Mo's erased the mark on the letter and took it out to read. His eyes narrowed. "Send people to investigate this person and see why they are targeting us. Also, tell the people hiding in the Temple of Dark Night to bide their time and wait for the right time. Master, don't worry. I've already sent people to investigate in secret after receiving the news. The people hiding in the Temple of Dark Night haven't made a move." "But Master, what else does the letter say?" Hui Lang asked curiously. He knew some information, but he didn't know much about the letter. Xinyuan Mo's glanced at him and handed the letter to him. Hui Lang took a look and couldn't help but cry out. The people of the Temple of Dark Night are really wicked. They actually secretly caught some loose cultivators and planned to train them to infiltrate the 4 great immortal sects. However, these loose cultivators weren't trained from a young age. Can they be trained to be their people? The Temple of Dark Night has its own methods. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't have caught loose cultivators to train. Xinyuan Mo stood up and walked down with his hands behind his back. As he walked down, he said, "From what I know, the Temple of Darkness has a poison called the Heart-Eroding Pill. When this poison is first taken, it's like poison. You have to take the antidote regularly to suppress it, but after a period of time, this poison will make you lose your mind and become an absolute death warrior who will only obey orders. These loose cultivators must have also taken the Heart-Eroding Pill. I think that the moment they become elite death warriors, they will also become death warriors without emotions and desires. Using these death warriors to infiltrate the 4 great immortal sects as spies, as long as they aren't discovered, they won't have to worry about betrayal." Xinyuan Mo said and looked at the sky outside the palace with narrowed eyes. So powerful? Hui Lang was in disbelief. Not only that, the people trained by the Temple of Dark Night are probably no worse than ours. Xinyuan Mo said and turned to look at Hui Lang. "We don't have any forces in the Uppers' territory, so I won't go there yet. However, I'm going to let you first pick an elite team from our pick and bring them there." Grey Wolf was startled and hurriedly asked, "Master, do you want me to bring people over to take care of everything?" There's no big deal here. When you get there, ask about Feng Jiu. I want to know her safety," he ordered in a deep voice. Hearing this, Grey Wolf immediately replied, "Yes, Master, don't worry. I will go and prepare immediately." Saying this, he bowed and left. There were many people in the Temple of Yin who were above the nascent soul stage and even above the fairy realm. Since they were going to the Uppers continent, They naturally had to be above the nascent soul stage. Ing Yi, Xinyuan Mo's called. In the dark, Ing Yi walked out in a flash, Master. Chapter 1853. Ing Yi took a step forward and said, "This subordinate was just about to report to Master that the news of these people has been investigated. Originally, they had entered their respective sects, but later, because of their performance during the sect selection, they were selected by the Upper Continent's 4 sects to be accepted as disciples." Oh, Xinyuan Mose was slightly surprised. The 4 of them were selected by the 4 sects? Yes, Luo Fei, Ninglang, Song Ming, and Duan Yi were all selected. Only Bai Xiao, who is good at beast taming, is nowhere to be found. Ing Yi said respectfully. Since they're in the Upper Continent, they'll meet Fengjiu sooner or later. She's the one who trained them. With them in the 4 sects, it'll be easier for her to do anything in the future. Xinyuan Mose paused for a moment, then said, "Tell Hui Lang about this. Tell him to tell her about the 4 of them when he has news about Fengjiu." Yes, Ing Yi replied and retreated into the darkness again. On the other side, in one of the 4 sects, the Cloud Jade Immortal sect, 2 children, one big and one small, were practicing swordsmanship with wooden swords in their hands on a mountain peak. 2 old men stood not far away. One of the old men stroked his beard and nodded with a satisfied look on his face. If Fengjiu and the others were here, they would definitely recognize the 2 children. The older one was Yang Yang, and the younger one was Feng Yi. After the 2 of them were rescued, they were brought to the Cloud Jade Immortal sect and were apprenticed to the Su Wu Immortal Lord. These 2 children have only been learning for a few months, but they're already familiar with the swordsmanship. "Senior brother, you really have good taste," the old man next to him said to the Su Yuan Immortal Lord with a smile. "Haha, it's all thanks to that old man Tian Jizi. The last time I went to his place, I asked him, and he pointed me in that direction. I didn't expect that after searching for so long, I finally found them." The old man narrowed his eyes with a smile, his face full of gratification. "If I nurture these 2 children well, I will have a successor. These 2 children have extraordinary temperaments, especially the younger one. His appearance is even more outstanding. I'm afraid he's not from an ordinary family, right?" The old man next to him asked. His gaze fell on Feng Yi in front of him. "I saved them on the way. I don't know which family they belong to. However, these 2 children are destined to be my master and disciple, but they are not related to me. If they stay with their relatives, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to survive. It's better to let them go down the mountain to look for their relatives in the future." The Void Immortal Lord stroked his beard as he spoke. He glanced at the 2 children and said, "By the way, didn't the 4 major sects send people out to search for the Star of the Phoenix? How come I heard that there are already some clues? The news is about a girl from the Sky Sun sect. It is said that this girl was born with a blessing from the heavens. No matter if it is her talent or her temperament, she is a phoenix among humans. Moreover, her appearance and bearing are both excellent. In addition, it is said that this girl has the mark of a phoenix on her body. Thus, she has been determined to be the Star of the Phoenix. Currently, the Sky Sun sect has listed her as an important target of protection." "Oh," the Void Immortal Lord replied thoughtfully. "However, as far as I know, wasn't Tian Jizi's disciple, Nalinamo Chun, ordered to protect the Star of the Phoenix? Is he with that girl?" Chapter 1854. That's strange. If that woman is really the Star of the Phoenix, why isn't Nalinamo Chun with her? The Void Immortal Lord pondered and asked, "Did Tian Jizi reveal any information?" Ha! It's not like Senior Brother doesn't know that unless Tian Jizi is willing to say it, it's useless for anyone to ask. The Sky Sun sect master sent someone to Heavenly Mountain, but he didn't say anything in the end. The old man chuckled and shook his head. "However, I think it's better to let nature take its course. When the time is right, perhaps the Star of the Phoenix will appear even if we don't look for her." The voices of the 2 gradually became softer. When their voices could no longer be heard, Feng Yi, who was practicing his sword, turned his quick-witted eyes. Only when he saw that the 2 of them had walked far away did he stop. "Yang, Yang, 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 Master has already left. Feng Ye's soft voice was lowered with a hint of excitement as she spoke softly. Yang Yang stopped and looked at the place where the two people were originally standing. Then he looked at Feng Yi and said stiffly, "We still have to practice the sword." Ever since he was in danger, he knew that he had to work hard to protect the people he wanted to protect. Therefore, he learned whatever master taught him and never slacked off. "But Yang Yang, I miss father and mother." The little guy's mouth flattened, and his pair of bright eyes suddenly became watery, like a pitiful little puppy. "Father and mother haven't seen me for so long. They must miss me. Moreover, I miss them too very, very much." Yang Yang looked at him and thought for a while. "Master said that when we grow up and have the ability to protect ourselves, we could go down the mountain. How old is grown up? Do I have to be as tall as my brother to be considered grown up?" The little guy gestured with his hands. He raised one hand high and wanted to describe Feng Zhao's height. However, he was short and could only do that. Other than growing up, you also have to become very powerful. If you can be as powerful as Sister Feng, then you can sneak down the mountain without growing up. Yang Yang said and thought of the most powerful person in his heart, Feng Jiu. In his opinion, no one was better than her. "Is this the Xiao Jiu that I want to call my niece?" Little Feng Ye's attention was immediately diverted. He was most curious about this niece whom he didn't recognize but was older than him in terms of seniority. However, he didn't know what she looked like. "Yes, Sister Feng is very powerful." Yang Yang nodded. When he spoke of Feng Jiu, the expression on his face changed. His eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration and respect. "Yang Yang, tell me about Xiao Jiu. I want to know." He tugged on Yang Yang's sleeve, his soft voice filled with curiosity. "Practice your swordsmanship first. I'll tell you when you're done," Yang Yang said as she retreated and got in her fighting stance. Seeing this, little Feng Yi could only agree. He picked up the wooden sword and started practicing again. He secretly made up his mind to practice hard and go down the mountain as soon as possible to find his father and mother. At the same time, in another mountain in the Cloud Jade Immortal sect, Duan Yi, who was in seclusion, walked out of his cave abode. A young man in black came up to him. "Master, this is the news from the other side." Chapter 1855. After Feng Jiu left, the few of them entered the sects of the 8 great empires under the arrangements of their respective families. Not long after, they were selected to enter the 4 great immortal sects of the upper continent. After becoming apprentices, they were ordered by their masters to cultivate in seclusion. They were completely oblivious to the outside world. However, they did not expect to receive such news when they came out of seclusion today. Looking at the thick stack of papers in his hand, he walked to the stone table outside the cave and sat down. He read through them one by one. From the initial shock to the end, he let out a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed after reading the latest news. As long as Feng Jiu was fine, it was fine. Even if her Phoenix dynasty was destroyed, it would be easy for her to rebuild it with her strength. However, from the information inside, after the Phoenix dynasty was destroyed, the various large clans rose up, and the empire system should have been abolished. However, this was also good. For someone like her, it was impossible for her to stay in such a small empire forever. When he received this news, he believed that Luo, Fei, and the others would also receive this news. Their strength was originally on par with each other. Now that they had entered the 4 great immortal sects, he wondered how strong they were now. "Continue investigating. I want to know where she is now." Duan Yi put away the information and waved his hand to signal the black-clothed youth to leave. "Yes." The black-clothed youth responded and left in a flash. 3 months later, in the Heavenly Sun Immortal sect, one of the 4 great immortal sects, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. Immediately after, 3 thunderbolts struck a mound below. Each thunderbolt was extremely powerful and attracted the people in the Heavenly Sun Immortal sect to come out to take a look. "Look, it's the sound from the green bamboo peak. Someone is advancing." A normal advancement would not attract such thunderbolts. I'm afraid it's at least a golden core cultivator advancing to the nascent soul stage. The 3 thunderbolts have passed. Look at the clouds on the green bamboo peak. Among the peaks, a 7-colored rainbow appeared on one of the peaks. The clouds were like 5-colored clothes floating on the peak. Faintly, there seemed to be celestial music that I heard that a few months ago, the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect and the other 2 immortal sects had disciples advancing to the nascent soul stage. At that time, the sky was also extraordinary and eye-catching. It is said that the disciples who advanced were selected from the sects of the 8 great empires. Could it be that the one who has the chance to advance in the green bamboo peak is Senior Songming? It should be. Senior Brother Song's talent was praised by the sect master. Although he rarely shows himself, he is already known as a rare genius of our sect. His future is limitless. Among the disciples' discussions, the green bamboo peaks peak master, and he nodded with gratified after seeing the clouds in the sky. He knew that the disciple he had taken a fancy to was no ordinary person. Given enough time, he would definitely become the pillar of their sect. The clouds in the sky lasted for about an hour before dispersing. After the clouds dispersed, a cave in the middle of the green bamboo peak slowly opened. Song Ming, who was wearing a sect robe, walked out from inside. As soon as he came out, he saw his master standing outside the cave. Disciple greets master. He took a step forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple did not disappoint master. I have advanced to the mid-stage, nascent soul stage. Chapter 1856. Not bad, not bad. He patted Song Ming's shoulder in relief. Since you've already entered the mid-nascent soul stage, you can take your time. He was very happy to see that his disciple had such a promising future. Now that he had such a cultivation, he believed that in a few years, his strength would increase even more. Song Ming smiled, but in his heart, he wondered how Duan Yi and the others were doing now. After sending off his master and the people who came to congratulate him, he summoned the shadow guard beside him. Master! A man dressed in black appeared beside him. Song Ming glanced at that person, then asked, "What's the news recently?" Thus, the shadow guard handed over a stack of information to him. These are the things that Master asked me to pay attention to. Song Ming took it and looked through it. His brows furrowed slightly, and he only put it away after he finished reading all the information. If there's any news about Fengjiu, immediately send it to me. Yes, the shadow guard replied, then left in a flash. Song Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the sky, and muttered, "I didn't expect so many things to happen. However, if it's her, I'll just treat it as an experience. I didn't expect Duan Yi and the others to have also entered the nascent soul stage." Thinking of this, the corners of his lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. Among the information, there was also news about the Phoenix Star. From knowing Fengjiu to being acquainted with her, they naturally knew who this Phoenix Star referred to. However, what they didn't expect was that the Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect seemed to have mistaken a female disciple of their sect as the Phoenix Star. This way, the hidden forces wouldn't target Fengjiu, and she would be safer. However, he didn't know where she was after not seeing her for so long. Thinking of that woman who made people sigh in admiration, the smile on his face deepened. There would be a chance to meet her again. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. At this time, Xinyuan Mos of the Xinyuan Empire had already brought people to the upper reaches of the continent after his father came out of seclusion. During these 3 months, Imo Chan waited for Fengjiu at the Nailin residence. However, day after day passed, there was still no news of her. Even Lung Shuang and Lung Hua were quickly developing their forces in secret under Imo Chen's arrangements. At the same time, they also inquired about their master's whereabouts. However, there was still no news at all. "Why hasn't master contacted us?" Luo Yu asked Du Fan and the others worriedly. He looked at them and saw that they were all busy with their own things. He then asked again, "Do you guys think that master? Did something happen to him?" As soon as he said this, a few people's gazes. "What are you talking about? Who is master? How could something happen to him? I think there must be something holding master back, so he didn't contact us. Not bad. Let's take care of things and wait for master to come back. When master appears, she will definitely look for us." Hearing their words, Du Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, I think so too. We don't have to worry about Master. I think something must have happened to her, or she can't contact us. However, her safety shouldn't be a problem. Have you forgotten that she still has a few contracted beasts by her side? Chapter 1857. When they heard this, they looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. The Yama Lord had come as well. This was a good thing for them. However, they had no idea where their master was right now. At the same time, Fengjiu, who they were thinking about, was with a group of people as they went through their final training. The venomous Black Forest was their final training ground. The Spectral Elder and the others had left after sending them to the forest. They weren't afraid that they would escape at all, because the heart-eroding pills they had ingested had completely taken effect. At this moment, they were all people who only knew how to listen to orders. However, the Spectral Elder and the others who were waiting for them to return from their training didn't know that 123 people in black robes and black masks were seated together in the venomous Black Forest that the people from the Temple of Darkness couldn't control. Fengjiu's group originally only had 70 or 80 people, but later on, the 30 or 40 people that the Spectral Elder had spared were added to Fengjiu's group because of their outstanding performance. They went through training together, and that was exactly why there were 123 people today. At this moment, these people who had lost their minds and only knew how to listen to orders in the eyes of the Spectral Elder and the others from the Temple of Darkness were all looking at the young man in black robes with admiration. None of the people here could forget that it was because of him that they weren't reduced to killing tools. It was because of him that the poison in their bodies could be cured. It was because of him that they had the right to choose another path. With the help of this black fog poisonous forest, the poison in your bodies has been cured. The time to train here is up. If any of you want to leave, you can take this opportunity to leave. The Dark Knight Temple won't be able to track your whereabouts. Fengjiu's voice rang out unhurriedly. He swept his gaze past everyone and memorized every single one of their appearances. Everyone looked at each other when they heard that. In the end, they said in unison, "Captain, we want to follow you. We'll go wherever you go." After going through fire and water for a few months, they had already decided that as long as they could survive, they would definitely follow by their captain's side. Not only was he their captain, but he was also the one who saved them and gave them a new lease of life. Those who could sit here alive were all men who valued friendship. Naturally, they wouldn't leave because of this. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flickered. "I'm going to deal with the Temple of Darkness. Do you want to follow me and become enemies with the Temple of Darkness?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the captain to want to attack the Temple of Darkness. However, they weren't afraid of death. Hearing this, they all stood up. "We will listen to Captain Yu. Climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. I will not hesitate." His voice, which was filled with vigor and determination, rang out clearly in the forest and echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing this, Fengjiu finally smiled. "Very good. Although the training has been brought forward and we only have 3 months, none of you have disappointed me. Since you are all willing to follow me, then I will lend you a helping hand." Chapter 1858. Looking at the pill bottle, everyone was stunned and stared at the bottle in his hand. They had been taking pills recently, and their strength had increased step by step, because the people of the Temple of Darkness had given them pills to advance. Now, seeing the leader take out the pill bottle, they were a little surprised. The pills given by the Temple of Darkness had been used up. Where did he get these from? Fengjiu waved his hand, and pills flew out and landed in front of them. "Eat this. It can increase your strength again. However, after taking this pill, don't take any more pills for advancement for the next 1 or 2 years." Hearing this, everyone took the pills without hesitation and swallowed them. As they swallowed the pills, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged. After a short moment of astonishment, everyone quickly sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and walked a distance away to protect them. During this time of cultivation, most people's strength was around the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. Only a few people were at the early stage of the nascent soul stage. After taking Feng Jionan's elixir, the early stage of the nascent soul stage, cultivators jumped to the peak stage of the nascent soul stage, and those who were originally in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage directly broke through and entered the flying immortal stage. Among them, Lei Xiao and a few others were at the mid-nascent soul stage. The others were at the early nascent soul stage. Because of their advancement, the sky was filled with continuous thunder, which surprised the few demonic cultivators of the Temple of Darkness who were hiding outside the forest. There seems to be something wrong with the thunder. Let's go in and take a look. A flying immortal stage cultivator said to the two people beside him. The three of them went into the black fog poisonous forest together. They didn't follow those people who had entered the forest to train. Only a few of them stayed outside the forest and paid attention to the movements. Now, they suddenly heard the rumbling sound of heavenly thunder striking down from the sky. It was really a little abnormal. Following the place where the thunder fell, the closer they got, the more shocked they were. As soon as the first bolt of lightning struck down, another bolt of lightning struck down as well. Bolts of lightning spread out on the ground, and visible ripples formed by the airflow spread out. The powerful pressure and aura were shocking to behold. Hiss! The leader of the flying immortal stage, cultivators, gasped. Looking at the powerful pressure and aura in the forest, he exclaimed, "How can it be so powerful? I'm afraid there's more than one or two flying immortal stage cultivators." They sped up and moved forward. The closer they got, the more shocked they became, until they saw a black figure standing beside a tree, playing with a mask in his hand. 100 meters behind him, a group of cultivators in black robes sat cross-legged to advance. Seeing this, they immediately stepped forward and came before the black-clothed young man. What's going on here? How can they advance by advancement? The black-robed youth, who was Feng Jiu, looked at the fairy realm cultivator in front of her. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the scene behind her in shock. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed, and she paused for a moment before saying, "They are breaking through." Chapter 1859. "It's because they just took the elixir," Feng Jiu said as his gaze swept past the three of them. "What do you mean?" The fairy realm cultivator furrowed his brows. In the next moment, he saw the young man in front of him curl his lips into a devilish smile as he spoke in a cold voice. "That's exactly what it means." As soon as Feng Jiu finished speaking, he instantly attacked. A cold light flashed through his sleeves as a sharp dagger flew towards the fairy realm cultivator at a speed that was too fast for anyone to cover their ears with their hands. The fairy realm cultivator was shocked as he immediately leaned back to avoid the dagger that was about to slash his throat. After he took a few steps back in shock, he saw the black-robed young man's strange movement technique flash past. The dagger in his hand turned and slashed at the two nascent soul realm cultivators who had yet to react. The two nascent soul realm cultivators groaned as they fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. They didn't even have time to react. Seeing that the black-robed young man had killed two nascent soul realm cultivators, the fairy realm cultivator took a step back defensively. "Number 9, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Feng Jiu curled the corners of his lips and didn't reply to him. He only stared at him. In the next moment, the black figure flashed once again. Her movement technique was extremely fast, and her attacks were swift and fierce with killing intent. Even the fairy realm cultivator couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Just as he was about to retaliate, his face turned pale with a whoosh. A strong force of pressure attacked him, and the shock that came from his soul caused his body to stiffen. It was as if he was being controlled by someone. He wanted to move and shout, but he couldn't do it. Whoosh! The swift and fierce blade energy slashed past, and the fairy realm cultivator groaned. His eyes widened in disbelief as his body stiffened and fell to the ground. Bang! His entire body fell to the ground as he stared at Feng Jiu, as if he was asking why. Feng Jiu glanced at the three corpses on the ground and took the cosmos bags from their waists. Then, he condensed a flame in his palm and burned the three corpses. A day later, when everyone had completed their breakthroughs, they all stood in front of Feng Jiu with unconcealable excitement on their faces. Even though they had a lot of questions in their hearts, they didn't ask. They just looked at him with unconcealable excitement in their eyes. After interacting with him for so long, they already knew that their captain was extraordinary. But how deep was his depth? All this time, no one had been able to figure it out. Now that he had revealed such a move again, it really shocked them to the core. After all, even the advancement elixirs that the Temple of the Dark Knight had given them were not as good as the elixirs that the captain had given them yesterday. Furthermore, the captain had given them so many elixirs without even blinking an eye. Furthermore, after taking the elixirs, only a few of the 123 people were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while the rest had already become cultivators at the fairy realm. There was a huge difference in strength between each stage. Now that they stood out, even the Temple of the Dark Knight would have to be wary of them. Even among the clans outside, there wasn't a single clan that had so many fairy realm cultivators. Fengjiu looked at everyone and nodded in satisfaction when he saw their current strength and cultivation. He smiled and said, "Not bad, very good. Next, I'll tell you about the arrangements after we return." Chapter 1860. Once we leave this place, the most important thing is to remember not to be discovered. Once you've figured out their strengths, deal with them first. After that, don't stay behind and leave. She paused and looked at them. Remember, I want everyone to leave this place alive. Everyone's hearts warmed as they nodded. Yes, Captain. We'll definitely leave this place alive. Let's go. If anything unexpected happens after we return, act according to my orders. With that, she led them out of the forest. 2 days later, when Fengjiu and the others stood in the plaza once more with their masks on, even the spectral elder could not help but be stunned. He looked at the 100 or so people in front of him in disbelief. "Take off your masks," the spectral elder called out as he stared at the 100 or so people. When he saw them take off their masks one by one like puppets and reveal their appearances, the spectral elder could not help but widen his eyes as his heart trembled. How is this possible? In the short span of 3 months, these people had all become fairy realm cultivators, and only a few of them were nascent soul realm cultivators. Could it be that after taking the advancement elixir, their advancement was really that great? Ghost Spectral Elder, how did they advance so quickly? The fairy realm cultivators and nascent soul cultivators to the side all widened their eyes in shock. They stared at the group of people as if they had seen ghosts. How could they possess such strength in just 3 short months? If it were not for the fact that they were standing right in front of them, they would not have dared to believe that this was real. 123 people, and there are actually only a few nascent soul cultivators among them. This is too inconceivable, too inconceivable. The spectral elder stared at the group, and his gaze paused on Fengjiu in front of him. This youth with number 9 had actually become a nascent soul cultivator in such a short amount of time. He was truly not simple. When he thought about how these people were groomed by him, and how they all obeyed his orders, his heart burned with passion. There were more than 100 of them, and they had such strength. Even headquarters of the Temple of Dark Knight would not be able to find so many fairy realm cultivators. If they took the advancement elixir, would their strength increase again, and they would directly leap to the next level? His heart was in a mess. In order to avoid being discovered by the people behind him, he took in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Looking at the 100 or so people before him, he secretly made a decision. He wanted to take this powerful group for himself. He wanted to turn this team into his subordinates and not belong to the Temple of Darkness. However, they had obtained their current cultivation after consuming the advancement pill. What was their battle prowess? A dark light flashed through his eyes, and he said, "Number 1, number 9, number 13, number 45, number 78, step forward." As soon as he spoke, 5 people walked out from the group in front of him. Because they had taken off their masks, it could be seen that the 5 of them did not have any expression on their faces as they coldly looked ahead. The Ghost Elder was very satisfied when he saw the few people that walked out as soon as he spoke. He nodded slightly, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the few immortal realm experts and nascent soul realm devil cultivators that stood at the side, and his voice suddenly became cold. Kill them. Chapter 1861. The expressions of those people changed drastically, and as they quickly retreated, a few of the fairy realm cultivators shouted at the ghost elder, "What are you doing?" However, as soon as they spoke, an attack came at them. The fierce attack was filled with killing intent, and it was merciless, causing them to be extremely shocked. Logically speaking, they had 4 flying immortal realm cultivators and 2 nascent soul realm devil cultivators, so they should not be afraid of those 5 people. However, the moment they attacked, they were shocked, especially when the black-clothed youth among the 5 people actually dared to attack one of their flying immortal realm cultivators. This kind of courage shocked them even more. Were they not afraid of death? Oh, that's right. They were trained as suicide soldiers, and all of them had consumed heart-eroding pills. So how could they be afraid of death? These people all obeyed the ghost elder's orders, and now that he had ordered these people to kill them, they probably wouldn't stop until they killed them. Swish! A gust of wind shot out from his palm, and the fierce sound of a blade of air could be heard. The ghost elder had his hands behind his back as he watched with narrowed eyes, and his gaze fell on the 9th black-clothed young man. That young man was only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, while his opponent was at the initial stage of the fairy realm. There was a difference of 1 stage between their strengths, but he was still able to rely on his extremely fast speed and unpredictable movement techniques to force the fairy realm cultivator to retreat step by step, causing him to be in an extremely sorry state. He couldn't dodge in time, and his sleeve was torn by the 9th black-clothed young man. His opponent's fingers had scratched his arm, and a few streaks of blood seeped out. He grunted, and a trace of killing intent flashed through his narrowed eyes. In the next moment, he moved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He poured spiritual energy into his palm, and a fierce current of air streaked across the blade of the sword. With a swish, a ray of sword energy shot out, and it attacked the black-clothed young man in front of him. Fungio's face was cold, and her expression couldn't be seen. When she saw the sword energy shooting towards her, she dodged to the side, but she didn't manage to dodge it completely. Instead, she pretended that she couldn't dodge it in time, and her arm was cut by the sword energy, causing blood to seep out. At the same time, as she charged forward, a dagger from her sleeve fell in her hand, and the moment the fairy realm cultivator turned around, the dagger in her hand fiercely slashed his throat. Swish! His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and his attacks were clean and efficient. He was so fast that people couldn't help but secretly praise him. Good movement technique. When he saw this scene, Senior Ghost's eyes narrowed, and he nodded to himself. At the same time that he was slightly surprised, he was also very satisfied. Who would have thought that this brat could actually kill someone above his level? His potential was truly limitless. What was different from Elder Ghost was that although the people standing behind him all watched expressionlessly, when they saw that their captain was injured, their hearts still rose slightly. Fortunately, in the next moment, they saw that person being killed. Now that he thought about it, wouldn't it be strange if the captain was able to kill a fairy realm cultivator with the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator without sustaining any injuries? He had dodged that attack very well. It wouldn't hurt his vitals, and it wouldn't arouse anyone's suspicions. At least, that Elder Ghost wouldn't have thought that it was their captain's intention. The others were the same as well. They attacked ruthlessly and directly at the vital points. This was the result of their recent training. They had to specifically attack the vital points of the enemy when they attacked. It was fine if they didn't attack, but once they attacked, they had to take the enemy's life. Chapter 1862. Elder Ghost chuckled as he looked at the people who were being forced to retreat. How could that be? This is also training. I believe that if the higher-ups knew about this, they would definitely agree. The people looked at him, then looked at the 100 or so people who were standing still, as well as the people who were attacking them. A thought flashed through their minds. I know. You saw that these spies were extremely outstanding, so you wanted to take them for yourself. Once this was said, the people were shocked. They knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to leave this place alive today, so they immediately took out their magic tools to fight. However, Their reactions were too slow. Number 1 and the others' attacks were fierce, and they didn't want them to leave alive at all. Whoosh! Bang! Sword energy swept past, and a nascent soul cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood before being sent flying. He fell to the ground and twitched for a while before dying. Bang! Number 1 struck out with his palm, sending a fairy realm cultivator flying. At the same time, the sharp sword in his hand chased after the fairy realm cultivator. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the sword pierced the fairy realm cultivator's heart. When the sword was pulled out, blood splattered all over the ground, and the smell of blood spread through the air. Not long after, the people died one by one at their hands. Only when the last person fell did Fengjiu and the others put away their weapons and stand in a line in front of Elder Ghost. Elder Ghost, they've been killed. The mission is complete. Fengjiu's voice was cold as he spoke respectfully. When Elder Ghost saw this, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Good. Very good. I've never brought a group of spies who are as outstanding as you. The survival rate is high, and every one of you is an existence that can take on 10 people. Very good. Ha 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 ha. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Looking at the 123 people in front of him, he was extremely excited. With this group of people, it would be more than enough for him to rebel against the Temple of Darkness and establish his own sect. Go back and rest. I'll give you your missions tomorrow. He waved his hand and watched them leave with satisfaction. When they returned to their bunks, some of them fell back a few steps and stayed outside, while the others surrounded Fengjiu. Captain, are you all right? The wound on your hand needs to be treated quickly. Fengjiu waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing. It's just a flesh wound. As he spoke, he sprinkled some medicine on the wound and simply bandaged it. Captain, that ghost elder wants to take our team for himself, right? He's got guts. It's not courage, it's ambition. I think he wants to establish his own sect. But that's true. All of us have the strength of the fairy realm. This kind of strength is already very strong in the outside world. It's not strange for him to have such thoughts. Fengjiu raised her hand and said, It's best to be careful here. Don't talk about it for now. Let's go back and rest. We'll see what mission he's going to give us tomorrow before we decide what to do. Yes. Hearing his words, everyone responded and dispersed. The next morning, everyone stood side by side in the plaza. In just a night's time, the people standing here today discovered that apart from the 100 or so people, the number of devil cultivators who were originally guarding here seemed to have decreased by a lot. They guessed that it might be because of Elder Ghost's actions. They thought to themselves, what kind of mission will Elder Ghost give us today? Chapter 1863. The two seductive women follow behind the spectral elder. At this moment, they couldn't help but raise their heads and size up the 123 black-clothed spies in front of them. Were these people the spies of a fairy realm cultivator who had only used 3 months to become a fairy realm cultivator? Greetings, spectral elder. Everyone bowed respectfully, and their loud voices rang out in the square. Elder Gouet replied. His sharp gaze swept across the people in front of him. Only then did he open his mouth. You're all spies that have passed the training. Originally, you needed a year's time. However, to have such strength in just 3 months, you've truly surprised me. Now, I'll arrange the first mission for you. Just as the spectral elder was about to give them their missions, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. His gaze swept past the crowd and landed on the forest outside the square. Perhaps he had sensed something, and his expression changed slightly. Fengjiu caught a glimpse of a ray of light from the corner of his eye. Furthermore, there were ripples of spiritual energy, and that was where the transportation formation was. It seemed that someone had come from the transportation formation. Indeed, after the spectral elder hurriedly left behind a few words, he sent the 2 women behind him away and quickly walked towards the forest. When the spectral elder arrived at the formation and saw the people who had walked out, he couldn't help but step forward respectfully. This subordinate kowtows in salute to master. His heart trembled at this moment, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, why did master come at this time? Why wasn't there any news of him coming? Could it be that he heard some news? At that moment, his body tensed up slightly, and his heartbeat sped up. His palms were covered in sweat. Although the Temple of the Dark Knight might not have hundreds of fairy realm cultivators, there were quite a number of cultivators who were above the fairy realm. This was especially true for the people who followed their master. Any one of them could easily destroy a town. If he were to find out that he was having second thoughts, he was afraid that what? Are you afraid when you see me coming? The masked black-robed man narrowed his eyes and stared at the kneeling spectral elder. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Hearing this, the spectral elder's heart sank, but he hurriedly said, "Forgive me, Master. Something happened here, and I didn't think that Master would suddenly come, so. What happened?" The masked man in black robes glanced at him and shifted his gaze away. His gaze landed on the people standing upright in that direction. "It's like this. The fairies and nascent soul cultivators here were all killed when they fought with the spies. I haven't reported this matter yet, as I was worried that Master would blame me." "Oh." The black-robed man's voice was slightly raised as he walked forward. "Are they the spies I asked you to train? Wasn't it only for 3 months? How did he have the ability to kill the fairy realm cultivators under my command?" Chapter 1864. Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes moved slightly, and a dark light flashed through his eyes. He walked up to the front and arrived before the 123 people. His gaze swept past them, and after sensing their strength and cultivation, he nodded to himself. "Well done." He glanced at Elder Ghost, who followed behind him. "To be able to have such strength and cultivation in 3 months, I have to say that the talent of this group of spies is extremely good. This subordinate doesn't dare claim the credit. This is all because the higher-ups gave them pills and extremely good resources to nurture them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to achieve such results in such a short period of time." Elder Ghost hurriedly said, "They've all taken the heart-eroding pill?" The black-robed man asked again. "Yes," Elder Ghost respectfully replied, and then he hurriedly said to the 123 people, "From now on, your master is this person before you. You must obey him absolutely and unconditionally. Pledge your loyalty to him to the death, and you won't hesitate to die 10,000 deaths. Greetings, Master. This subordinate pledges his loyalty to him to the death, and he won't hesitate to die 10,000 deaths." The 123 people respectfully knelt on one knee. Their voices were loud and clear as if they were swearing an oath, and it clearly echoed in the square. Hearing this, Elder Ghost's heart ached. No matter how many plans are made, the plans of the heavens can't compare. He originally wanted to take these 123 people for himself, but now he could only hand over the people he'd trained for nothing. When the black-robed man saw this scene, he seemed to be very satisfied. He glanced at Elder Ghost, and then his gaze swept past the people in the first row. His low and cold voice carried a bit of playfulness. "Then let me see if you've truly passed the training." Hearing this, although the 123 people wore masks and were expressionless, their hearts still moved slightly. He wanted to see their strength? What did he want to do? Within the crowd, although Fengjiu's gaze didn't waver in the slightest like the others, when she saw the masked person before her and the people beside him, she still felt slightly surprised in her heart. If she remembered correctly, the masked man should be the man she saved in the medical center. After she entered the medical center, she smelled a rotten smell and saw the naked man wearing only a mask. If she had known that he was the master of the Temple of Darkness, she would have killed him. Unfortunately, not only had she not killed him, she had even saved his life. "You come out." The black-robed man pointed his finger forward, and his gaze fell on Fengjiu. Seeing this, Fengjiu respectfully stepped forward and stood upright. "Use everything you have to kill him." The black-robed man extended his finger and pointed at Old Ghost. When Elder Ghost heard this, he was shocked, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. "A master?" "Yes," Fengjiu respectfully replied. In the next moment, he instantly attacked Elder Ghost. The dagger that shone with a cold light slashed through the air, heading straight for Elder Ghost's lifeline. Elder Ghost quickly retreated and looked at the black-robed man in shock. He seemed to be in disbelief and didn't understand why he would be treated like this. "Master, what did this subordinate do wrong?" Chapter 1865. Elder Ghost's heart trembled and his gaze narrowed. "And master," before he could finish speaking, he instantly retreated and took out a teleportation scroll, intending to escape. Seeing this, the black-robed man's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to order the people behind him to intercept and kill him, he saw the black figure in front of him dash out with a sharp blade of air. Whoosh! Hiss! Ah! As the sharp blade of air streaked past, the dagger in Feng Jiu's hand shot out with a whoosh, hitting one of the hands that held the teleportation scroll. Elder Ghost's hand was in pain, and he gasped as he cried out in pain. The teleportation scroll in his hand fell to the ground. Just as he was about to pick up the teleportation scroll, a sharp gust of wind from a palm attacked him. He was so shocked that he immediately retreated, not daring to stay. When he raised his eyes and saw that it was number 9, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it! He had really failed miserably at such an easy task. He had failed. A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the black-robed man and the 4 people behind him. They didn't expect that this masked spy would actually be able to force Elder Ghost, who was at the peak of the fairy realm, to retreat step by step with just the strength of a nascent soul. It seemed that this group of spies was truly outstanding. Their gazes descended onto the ghost elder and the spy. They noticed that the aura emanating from the spy was only at the nascent soul realm. Normally, a nascent soul realm cultivator wouldn't be a match for a cultivator at the peak of the flying immortal realm. However, the spy relied on his strange movement technique and extremely swift speed to firmly gain the upper hand. The spy's attacks were sharp and swift. Coupled with his unpredictable movement technique, speed and techniques made up for each other's shortcomings. When he attacked, he went straight for the vital points of a person's body. There were many times when Elder Ghost almost died at the spy's hands. "Young master, this spy's techniques are very strange. His attacks are extremely fast, and his techniques are ruthless. He goes straight for the vital points. I reckon that before he was recruited by us, he should have some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a level of movement technique in 3 months." An old man standing behind the black-robed man spoke as he sized up the movements and techniques of the black-robed spy in front of him. This person is only at the nascent soul stage, and yet he has such extraordinary strength. Is indeed rare. The black-robed man nodded his head as he spoke. He seemed to be very impressed. Because they saw that the black-clothed spy had the upper hand with his strange skills, they didn't make a move. It wasn't until Elder Ghost couldn't dodge in time that his throat was slit by the dagger in his panic that he fell to the ground. Yes, blood flowed out of Elder Gue's mouth. His eyes trembled as he glared at number 9. Shock and astonishment filled his eyes. He moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he was unable to say anything and breathed his last. Aside from the dead Elder Ghost, no one knew what kind of terror he had suffered at the last moment of his life. Only when Ghost Elder breathed his last did Feng Jiu retract his gaze, hiding the expression in his eyes. He held the dagger and walked forward, arriving in front of the black-robed man. "Master, the mission is complete. Please accept." A middle-aged man quickly walked forward. After checking on the dead Elder Ghost, he returned behind the black-robed man and spoke in a low voice before standing properly. The black-robed man had a playful smile on his lips. His gaze carried a hint of interest as he stared at the black-clothed spy in front of him. Hearing the voice, he didn't seem to be very old. Chapter 1866. Hearing that, Feng Jiu replied, "Yes." Then, she reached out and took off the mask on her face, revealing the handsome face behind the mask. Her current appearance was disguised. Unless it was someone very familiar with her, no one would be able to recognize her. This man was still unconscious when she saved him last time. The people around him had probably long forgotten about her. After all, she was just a person they met on the road. Who would remember her? The black-robed man looked at the face in front of him and was a little surprised by the youth and good complexion under the mask. This young man looked to be less than 20 years old. His skin was white, and his facial features were not extremely outstanding. However, he was still handsome and very harmonious. Because of the consumption of the heart-eroding pill, these people almost instinctively obeyed orders and would not resist. This was the most suitable point to keep people around, because people who consumed the heart-eroding pill did not have to worry about betrayal at all. The black-robed man glanced at the waist tag of the young man in front of him and took a look. Number 9. Yes, Feng Jie replied. Among the 123 of you, who is the leader? The black-robed man played with the waist tag engraved with number 9 in his hand and swept his gaze across the people in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on one person. In his opinion, this person was the strongest among these people. Now, in terms of the leader, it should be this person. However, just when he thought there was no mistake, he heard number 9 in front of him speak. Master, this subordinate is the leader, Feng Jie said, but cursed in her heart. Usually, others called her master. After mixing in here, she had always been the one to call others master. Especially this person was an enemy. It was really sullen. You? The black-robed man was slightly surprised and asked with a playful smile. You can be their leader with the strength of a nascent soul? Are they convinced? This subordinate obeys the order. In other words, they were all following orders. There was nothing to be convinced about. Hearing this, the black-robed man's lips curled up slightly and nodded. Well said. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 100 or so people in front of him. Then, he said to number 9, since you're their captain, then I'm going to send 16 people to infiltrate the 4 major sects. In your opinion, which 16 people should I send? Hearing this, Feng Jie looked straight ahead and replied in a clear voice, Master, we are all very outstanding. Anyone who is sent will be able to do the job. We will definitely not disappoint, Master. Ha 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 ha. What a good, very outstanding. What a good, anyone can do it. Very good. The black-robed man was very happy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. His happy expression surprised the 4 people behind him. They didn't expect their young master to be so happy because of this. For a moment, the 4 people's gazes fell on the young man named number 9. This young man's answer was also very clever. Just a simple sentence had made the young master so happy. He was indeed a talent. Moreover, not only was he intelligent, but his strength was also extraordinary. He was really a good seedling. The black-robed man stopped laughing and turned to look at the middle-aged man beside him. Pick out 16 people and tell them to infiltrate the 4 major sects as spies and gather information for us. Yes, the middle-aged man responded. He stepped forward and ordered everyone to take off their masks. Then he picked out 16 younger people and had them step forward. Chapter 1867. I'm here. Feng Jie narrowed her eyes as she replied. From today onwards, you'll be by my side. The black-robed man's voice was casual, and there was a hint of amusement in his tone. He seemed to be very satisfied with Feng Jie. Yes, Feng Jie replied. He was slightly surprised. He didn't think that he would be able to get close to the Lord of the Temple of Darkness like this. If he was by his side, it would be much easier to destroy the Temple of Darkness. Moreover, he might be able to get some information that they couldn't find out. Sir, let's go inside and have a rest. The old man walked forward and said. Yes, the black-robed man replied. Then, he turned around and walked forward. The others also followed him. As Feng Jie turned to follow, he gave a look to the more than 100 people behind him. Only then did he leave with them. When they arrived at the place where Elder Ghost had been resting, 2 seductive women came up to them with charming smiles. Unexpectedly, before they could even get close to the black-robed man, they were sent flying with a palm strike. The 2 flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. They fell to the ground, their faces pale and on the verge of death. Clean them up. The black-robed man frowned and ordered. He walked in without even looking. Feng Jie, who was walking at the back, naturally became the one to clean up the mess. After ending their lives, she dragged them out and threw them into the beast cage. At this moment, the black-robed man was sitting in the room. He narrowed his eyes and asked the people around him, What do you think of number 9? They were startled and looked at each other. They didn't know what their master meant. However, from the previous situation, it seemed that he admired number 9 very much. Thus, one of them said, Although he was hit by the heart-eroding pill, his mind is not inflexible. He can also kill people above his level. It's clear that his potential is limitless. That's natural. The person that our master fancies must be outstanding. Another middle-aged man added. Number 9 is still young, but he has such a cultivation. If he is trained, he will definitely be a great help to our master in the future. Young master, have some water. The old man did not join in the conversation. Instead, he brought a cup of tea out of nowhere and placed it in front of the black-robed man. At this moment, Fengjiu walked in and bowed respectfully. Master, it's been cleaned up. All right. The black-robed man waved his hand. Number 9 walked up to him and stood quietly beside him. Seeing this, the corners of the black-robed man's mouth curled up slightly. After glancing at him, he no longer looked at him. Instead, he took a sip of tea and asked, I heard that the ghost doctor came here and saved a true monarch from the Huaxian sect. Have you found her whereabouts? Hearing this, the expressions of the few people turned serious. After taking a deep breath, one of the middle-aged men carefully said, Master, we have lost contact with the ghost doctor ever since he left the territory of the Huaxian sect. Our people have searched everywhere, but have not found any clues. Even now, we do not know where he is staying. Another person said, Master, although this subordinate does not have any news about the ghost doctor, there is another piece of news. He paused and said, Tianji Elder's disciple, Nalan Mo Chun, has returned to the clan more than 2 months ago. Recently, there have been 1 or 2 forces developing in the dark. Chapter 1868. Fengjiu listened quietly. He didn't expect the people from the Temple of the Dark Knight to keep an eye on them. 2 powers? Could it be Xinyuan Mo's and the Fengwei's group? Just as he was thinking, he heard the black-robed man's voice again. This ghost doctor called Fengjiu really has some ability. Even after coming here, she can still avoid our eyes. Since she wants to play, then let's play with her. He turned the blood jade ring on his thumb. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The people behind him looked at each other. One of them stepped forward and said, Master, this subordinate has a portrait of the ghost doctor. Does Master want to see it? Ever since she made a deal with that person to deal with the Phoenix dynasty, Master had only made arrangements for the matters below and had not even seen the portraits of those people. She reckoned that even if she met ghost Dr. Fengjiu, he would not be able to recognize her. She's just a woman. What's there to see? The black-robed man said uninterestedly. He waved his hand and signaled to the people behind him. You guys go out and make arrangements. Yes. The 3 people behind him left, leaving only the old man and Fengjiu standing there. Seeing the others leave, the old man went forward and set up a chessboard on the table. He sat in front of the black-robed man and began to play chess with him. The 2 of them occasionally chatted. In addition, the old man called the black-robed man young master instead of master. It was clear that they didn't have a normal master-servant relationship. After the 2 of them played a game of chess, the black-robed man called, Number 9, come and play a game with this sovereign. Hearing this, the old man stood up and retreated to the side to sit quietly. Fengjiu was slightly startled. He said, Master, this subordinate doesn't know how to play chess. Even if he did, he couldn't play with him. Chess was like a person. If you wanted to understand a person in the shortest amount of time, you could see what kind of person they were in a game of chess. It doesn't matter. This sovereign doesn't expect you to win. He glanced at Fengjiu. Sit down. His tone was firm and didn't allow for refusal. Yes, Fengjiu responded. He sat down cross-legged and stared at the black and white chess pieces in front of him. When the black-robed man saw Fengjiu staring at the chess piece in a daze, he couldn't help but sneer. Without saying anything, he picked up the black chess piece and placed it down. When Fengjiu saw this, he picked up a white chess piece and placed it down as well. The black-robed man raised his eyebrows when he saw the 2 ghost stones that were close to each other. He glanced at the boy before him and picked up a black ghost stone before placing it down. The moment he placed his ghost stone, the boy also picked up a white ghost stone and placed it down. When he saw where the boy placed his ghost stone, he frowned slightly and the corners of his lips twitched. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Instead, he picked up another chess piece and placed it down. Only then did he withdraw his hand. He saw the young man place another chess piece down without thinking, and this time he followed his black chess piece. When he saw this opening, his face couldn't help but darken. "You're playing your own game. Why are you following me?" Feng Jiu looked up blankly at the black-robed man, whose eyes were filled with anger. He asked in confusion, "Can't we leave like this?" Master didn't say anything. "Don't follow me. Play your own game." He suppressed his anger as he picked up another chess piece and placed it down. "Yes," Feng Jiu responded. He narrowed his eyes and picked up a white chess piece and placed it at the corner of the chessboard. Chapter 1869. The black-robed man glanced at the chess piece, the corner of his mouth twitching. He continued to play, but after a while, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the white chess piece had trapped him. "You've trapped a lot of your chess pieces. Do you see that? Here." He pointed at the pile of chess pieces that the young man had placed in the corner of the chessboard, blocking the way out. "Isn't this the way to play? Then how should I play?" Feng Jiu asked curiously, but he snorted in his heart. It'd be better if he died from anger. "Think of a way to trap my black pieces." He took a deep breath and said, "But what if this subordinate wins?" She asked carefully, as if he would win. The black-robed man sneered. "You? We'll talk about it after you win." As a result, the two of them began to play again. Feng Jiu played in a disorderly manner. She placed a piece on the left and a piece on the right. Sometimes she would place her pieces far away, and sometimes she would trap her white pieces. The black-robed man did not speak again. He just endured the whole game. "I've lost," Feng Jiu said as he stood up. "You didn't lose, you lost terribly," the black-robed man said, waving his hand to signal for him to step aside. At this moment, the old man next to him chuckled. "Young master, let me play a game with you?" The young man didn't seem to know anything about chess. He didn't play in a systematic manner, and placed his chess piece whenever there was an opening. He was a complete layman. "I'm not playing anymore." He narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "Go and see if they've made the arrangements. If they've made the arrangements, we'll leave. There's no need to wait until tomorrow." "Yes." The old man stood up and walked outside. Feng Jiu stood there quietly, not making a sound. After about an hour, the four people outside came in together. After reporting to the black-robed man, the black-robed man stood up and walked outside. She followed behind them. Only when she got out did she realize that other than a few spies who were sent to infiltrate the four major immortal sects, they were going to take the rest away in batches. Feng Jiu followed the black-robed man and the old man and left through the teleportation array. There was a flash of light, and when he felt the fluctuations of the array again, he was already standing firmly on the ground. When she arrived here, she discovered that this was actually the back hall of the palace. Moreover, it was a palace built on the side of a mountain. She was slightly surprised. Her eyes glanced around without leaving a trace. Then, she followed behind the black-robed man and walked forward in an orderly manner. This place was very big. Even though she did not see anyone guarding the surroundings, her divine consciousness could still sense that there were many people watching her from the shadows. Moreover, judging from the hidden pressure and aura, they should all be cultivators at the peak of the fairy realm. Among them, there were even a few extremely subtle auras. If she had not been paying close attention, she would not have been able to detect them. Walking forward from the back, the person in front entered the palace, while the old man, who was a few steps behind, turned around and said, "Number 9. "Yes." Feng Jiu looked at him. "Since young master asked you to stay by his side, from now on, you will guard him closely. As a shadow guard, you don't have to show yourself unless it's necessary. You will stay by young master's side. If he doesn't order you to, you don't have to show yourself." "Yes," she replied. Chapter 1870. She watched from the shadows as the black-robed man entered the palace and began to deal with the documents and information on the table. Even after entering the palace, he still did not take off his mask. This made her curious. Could it be that the face under the mask was disfigured? Otherwise, why did he not have the habit of taking off his mask in his own territory? In this palace, other than the old man who was waiting at the side, there was only her and the two auras in the shadows. It was a little boring to just stand there. After an unknown period of time, She lowered her head and leaned against the wall in the shadows and fell asleep. At first, no one noticed it, until the sound of snoring was heard. The black-robed man who was dealing with the documents in the palace and the old man who was waiting at the side were slightly startled. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, with a trace of astonishment in their eyes. After the old man recovered from his astonishment, he was about to call out Fengjiu when the black-robed man raised his hand to stop him. A trace of interest appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. He stood up and walked softly to the large pillar at the back. Before he got close, he saw that the black-robed youth was facing the large pillar with his forehead pressed against it. Although he was standing straight, there was no doubt that he had fallen asleep. Moreover, he was sleeping very soundly. Faint snoring sounds came from under his mask. Seeing this scene, a sense of novelty appeared in his eyes. No one had ever dared to doze off where he was. Moreover, he was able to sleep while standing. It was simply inconceivable. Because of the novelty, he walked closer. Who knew that at this moment, the youth who was dozing off against the large pillar suddenly raised his head. That pair of dazed and sleepy eyes crashed into his eyes. Master, please forgive me." Fengjiu immediately squatted down with one knee on the ground. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes to hide the flash of annoyance in his eyes. The hall was lit with calming sandalwood, and the fragrance was light and pleasant to the nose. In addition, it was very quiet inside, and she was standing in the dark, leaning against a large pillar. She relaxed for a moment and actually dozed off. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the youth and said, "Get up. If you follow me closely, you won't even have a room to rest in. Having the ability to sleep while standing is quite convenient." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked outside. The old man glanced at the black-clothed youth and said, "Why aren't you following him?" Hearing this, Fengjiu quickly followed. When she walked out of the palace, she could even feel two sharp gazes sizing her up from behind. In the evening, in a pavilion, there were 8 delicious dishes on a stone table. The black-robed man sat there eating, and there were people holding chopsticks and small plates to serve him food. Seeing this, Fengjiu, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He really knew how to put on an act. However, when she smelled the aroma of the food, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was absolutely tempting. Look at the dishes. The rice was spirit rice, the vegetables were spirit vegetables, and the meat was spirit birds. This table full of food was placed in front of her, but she couldn't eat it. It was really a torture. It must be known that ever since she sneaked into the Dark Knight Temple's training ground, she hadn't eaten a good meal. It had already been several months. If they saw her, they would definitely say that she had starved and lost weight. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She really knew how to make herself suffer. Chapter 1871. Rumble. The sudden rumble caused the black-robed man's hand to pause. He tilted his head slightly to look at the black-robed youth standing upright behind him. "Number 9. Your subordinate is here." Fengjiu took 2 steps forward and came to his side. The black-robed man looked up and saw a mask covering the youth's face. He couldn't see the expression on the youth's face. Thus, he said, "Take off your mask. You don't have to wear a mask when you're with me in the future." Yes, she took off her mask. Her handsome face was expressionless, without a trace of awkwardness. It was as if the rumbling from her stomach didn't come from her. The black-robed man put down his chopsticks and didn't eat. He just stared at Fengjiu, as if trying to see if there would be any awkwardness on his face. Rumble. Fengjiu pulled a long face and lowered his eyes. He didn't meet the black-robed man's gaze. However, just smelling the fragrance without eating made his stomach growl again. This time, even the person serving the dishes at the side was stunned when he heard this. "You're dismissed." The black-robed man indicated for the maidservant to leave. He then glanced at the young man who had narrowed his eyes and said, "You, serve me the dishes." Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. He braced himself and walked forward. "Master, which one do you want to eat?" she asked, staring at the food on the table. She felt that all of them were delicious. "Anything." As the black-robed man spoke, He raised his wine cup and took a sip of wine. Before he could swallow the wine in his mouth, he saw the young man use his silver chopsticks to pick up every dish and put them into the bowl. In a short while, the bowl was full. "Are you feeding pigs? Let's go." Seeing this, Feng Jiu moved the bowl in front of him to one side and replaced it with another. This time, he only picked up a piece of crispy bone for him. "All right, feed the dog." The black-robed man ate slowly, as if he wasn't picky about food. He ate whatever Feng Jiu picked for him, but he ate very little. He only took 2 bites of each dish and didn't want any more. After he finished eating, he walked around. After half an hour, he returned to his bedroom and asked someone to prepare water for his bath. At the same time, he tossed a bottle to Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu took a look and saw the words "fasting pill" written on it. She sighed. She knew that she couldn't eat meat. She could only fill her stomach with fasting pills. When the black-robed man entered the inner chamber after her bath, she was ordered to guard the outer chamber. As a result, she was unable to step into the inner chamber, let alone take advantage of the night to scout around. There should be many people watching from the shadows in the inner chamber. She was even certain that there should be existences that were stronger than her. The next 2 days were peaceful. Nothing unexpected happened. However, she knew that number 1 and the others had been brought back. However, she had been following the masked man closely. Until now, she hadn't even seen what he looked like. But she knew that there were many strong people here. If she stayed here for a long time, even if she didn't meet with any accident, it was hard to guarantee that the others wouldn't be found out that they weren't poisoned by the heart-eroding pill. She sat on a pillar in the palace and looked down. On another pillar opposite her, there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. That middle-aged man didn't even open his eyes, but his aura was concealed. It was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary strong person. Chapter 1872. This person was heavily protected. Even if they attacked, they would not be able to take his life. Moreover, even if Lei Xiao, Meng San, and the others were here, they could not suddenly attack without a perfect plan. Otherwise, they would suffer great losses. Furthermore, although she had been taken into the black-robed man's side as a personal shadow guard, the person in the dark seemed to still be on guard against her. Occasionally, the gaze that fell on her body would carry a trace of sizing up and probing, causing her to keep her body taut and not dare to relax. Perhaps when she dozed off that day, she gave them the illusion that she was not a threat. After all, she did not appear to be an absolute elite. Instead, she was more like a person of flesh and blood. She felt that it was because of this that the black-robed man had transferred her to his side. A black-robed man walked in from outside. He bowed respectfully and reported, "Master, Han Rong is here." The black-robed man, who was handling affairs at the desk, narrowed his eyes and closed the things in his hands. "Bring him in." At this moment, when Feng Jiu, who was sitting on the pillar, heard the report from the person below, her heart couldn't help but move, and a dark light flashed through her eyes. If it weren't for her extraordinary temperament, she would have definitely revealed a flaw at that moment. Han Rong? Was it the same name? It should be. No matter what, that person should not have appeared here. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, restrained her aura, and sat quietly on the pillar. Then, she looked towards the entrance of the palace. When she saw a black-clothed man walking in with a middle-aged man, her eyes moved slightly. It was not him. It was not the Han Rong she knew. Well, if it was the Han Rong from back then, when he was expelled from the Crown Prince's residence by Xinyuan Mose, his cultivation would have been destroyed and he would have been seriously injured. It was impossible for him to have survived. She was thinking too much. It was just the same name. However, what she saw next overturned her previous affirmation. "Greetings, Palace Master." Han Rong stepped forward and bowed. Then, he straightened his back and looked at the masked man sitting on the main seat. Even his master did not have a portrait of this person. No one knew what he looked like. It seemed that only the person he trusted the most knew what kind of face he had under the mask. "Why are you here again? What's the matter this time?" The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and asked lazily, "I hope the temple master will not be offended by my sudden visit. However, my master received a piece of news and sent me to the sacred temple." As Han Rong spoke, he saw a trace of impatience in that person's eyes. Without waiting for him to ask, he continued, "My master received news that although the Phoenix dynasty was destroyed and half of the Phoenix Guard were killed, half of them were trained by Fengjiu to become strong soldiers. Furthermore, even Fengjiu's grandfather and father did not die." Hearing this, Feng Nine, who was sitting on the top, narrowed her eyes and stared at the people below. Han Rong, who was standing below, seemed to have sensed it. She looked up and naturally noticed the people sitting on the upper seats. His gaze swept past those few people, and he was secretly shocked. There were actually so many experts guarding the palace master. If it wasn't for the glance from above, he probably wouldn't have noticed the existence of these people. Chapter 1873. When he saw the black-robed youth looking down expressionlessly, he looked away and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Han Rong lazily. "Back then, when you used the spirit or to trade with me to destroy the Phoenix dynasty, you didn't say that we would help you clean up after the matter, nor did you say that we would help you kill the remaining people." Hearing the man's deep and cold voice, Han Rong immediately narrowed his eyes. "I don't dare. I'm only here to tell the palace master the news. I don't dare to ask for the palace master's help." "Umph." The black-robed man snorted coldly and narrowed his sharp eyes. "Han Rong, don't think that I don't know what you're up to. Back then, you were just a servant by Xianyuan Mo's side, but you bullied your master and had your cultivation crippled and chased out. If your current master hadn't helped you take over his body, you wouldn't be able to stand in front of me. Who gave you the right to not kneel in front of me? Who gave you the courage to use me?" That malicious voice was accompanied by a powerful aura, causing Han Rong's heart to jump in shock. The aura of death enveloped him in an instant, causing his legs to go weak, and he knelt down. "No, I don't dare. He actually knows. He actually knows that I've taken over his body. He even knows that I was originally Xianyuan Mo's servant. How did he find out?" At this moment, Fengjiu was also shocked when she heard this. She stared at Han Rong, unable to believe that this person was the Han Rong whose cultivation had been crippled by Xianyuan Mo's. "It's him? So it's him. He was the one who had taken revenge and destroyed her Phoenix dynasty, caused so many Phoenix guards to die in battle, caused her grandfather and grandmother to suffer so much, and even caused her little uncle to die. Because of this calamity, looking at the person below, murderous intent surged in her heart. She wanted nothing more than to kill him." The black-robed man glanced at Han Rong, who was kneeling before him, and said coldly, "Next time, even if you have such news, you don't have to come and tell me. My Temple of Darkness is not a place where you can come and go whenever you want." "Yes, then I'll take my leave first." Han Rong lowered her head. Perhaps she was afraid of his pressure, but at this moment, she didn't even dare to raise her head. Just like that, she got up and left with her head lowered. It wasn't until she was a distance away from the palace that she let out a light breath. She steadied her rapidly beating heart and quickly left. Only someone like him who had experienced death and despair knew how wonderful it was to be alive. It was precisely because of this that he cherished everything he had now. As for Fengjiu and the others, he would not let them off so easily. Number 9. After Han Rong left, the black-robed man casually called out, "Your subordinate is here." Fengjiu jumped down and bowed respectfully. "You know him?" The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and stared sharply at the youth standing in front of him, not missing a trace of expression that flashed across the youth's face. In reply to Master, "Your subordinate has seen him before," Fengjiu said calmly. "Oh, is that so? Where did you see him?" He raised his eyebrows, indicating for him to continue. Chapter 1874. The black-robed man didn't ask further. He just quietly glanced at the black-clothed youth in front of him and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Fengjiu didn't return to the pillar this time. Instead, he stood at the back and silently restrained his aura. On this day, other than the people he saw, nothing else happened. It wasn't until evening when the black-robed man brought the old man out of the palace and left Fengjiu behind that she had time to move around. However, although she didn't follow the black-robed man, she didn't leave immediately. After all, there were still many pairs of eyes watching her in the dark. She couldn't afford to be careless. Although she didn't walk around alone for the past 2 days, she had been to many places with the black-robed man and was familiar with the place. At this time, she took the opportunity to relieve herself. After walking for a while, she met the spies who were led away. Because she wasn't wearing a mask, they recognized her when she walked out. When she passed by, Lei Zhao's hand moved slightly and handed the thing hidden in her sleeve to Feng Jiu. She didn't even turn around and continued to walk forward. Feng Jiu moved his hand and threw the thing into the space. He walked away. When she reached a place where there was no one, she opened the thing and saw that it was a map of this place. Could it be that they had already walked out of here? In just 2 days, he had even finished drawing the map? Her heart moved. She took out a pen and paper from the space and wrote down a note. She only had to wait for the right time to hand it to them. After putting away the things, she walked outside and looked around. In another palace, the black-robed man looked at the old man and asked, "What do you think of this number 9? Hearing this, the old man was slightly startled. This wasn't his first time. He couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you think there's something wrong? I do think it's a little strange. However, since it's someone who took the heart-eroding pill, there shouldn't be any doubt. However, this number 9 gives me a different feeling from the others." The black-robed man said thoughtfully. He couldn't tell what was different. Haha, it said that this number 9 was originally the weakest, but he still had some extraordinary aspects. Take this incident for example. It said that Elder Ghost didn't like him at first, so he released his contracted beast to tear that number 9 apart. Who would have thought that number 9 would actually survive from the jaws of Elder Ghost's contracted beast with a pair of extremely fast legs? The old man smiled. It is precisely because of this that number 9 was left behind. According to our people, he personally watched every spy take the heart-eroding pill. Even if young master has doubts in his heart, the poison of the heart-eroding pill is something that even the people of the 4 great sects may not be able to cure, so that he didn't continue. What he meant was that even if they were suspicious under the poisonous effect of the heart-eroding pill, even if they harbored disloyalty, they wouldn't be able to do anything. That's right, the black-robed man said. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart. He did things according to his heart. If he found a young man interesting, he would tease him. So what if he had ulterior motives? In the palm of his hand, could he turn the sky upside down? However, he didn't expect that his overconfidence at this time would cause him to suffer heavy losses in the near future. Chapter 1875. She came to the center of the spies and glanced at them. She passed the note in her hand to number 1, then walked forward a few steps before stopping. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her who was giving orders to them. She released her divine sense and sensed that other than a few shadow guards, there were no other strong cultivators watching them. Thus, her gaze swept past the spies. With a glance, she signaled them to move closer to the center. "You all, Just as she spoke, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. His body went limp and fell. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he was supported by the shadow guard beside him. "Rong San," she called out. "Yes," Rong San replied in a low voice. He came to Feng Jiu's side. "Deal with him. You can change his identity so that it's easier for you to do things." Feng Jiu ordered. He passed a bottle of medicine to Rong San. "Go down to the water source." "Okay," Rong San replied. He put away the medicine and helped the man leave. Feng Jiu looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "Everyone be alert. We'll act by tomorrow night at the latest." The crowd didn't reply. They nodded and quickly split up. At this time, she turned to leave. She glanced around and noticed that the shadow guards in the distance didn't notice them. Not long after she returned to the palace, the man in the black robe came back. After entering, he looked at number 9 who was in the dark and called out, "Number 9, your subordinate is here." She walked out with her head slightly lowered. "After I left, have you been here all this time?" He stared at the young man. "Your subordinate didn't. When I went out to relieve myself, I walked around." She said honestly. She believed that even if she didn't say it, he would know where she went. Perhaps because Feng Jiu didn't hide it, he didn't suspect anything. He just nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Until the next evening, a middle-aged man came to the palace with sweat on his forehead. "Master, it's not good. Something happened. Speak. The person in the main seat glanced at the person below. Since noon, there have been many problems with people. All of them are unconscious and foaming at the mouth. After checking, they have been poisoned. I'm afraid that someone has snuck in. This subordinate found that someone has poisoned our water source. The middle-aged man said anxiously. His heart was filled with fear as he wiped his sweat from time to time. Hearing this, the man in the black robe frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This is the main hall of the Dark Knight Temple. How could someone have snuck in? And without a sound? Master, it's bad. The fire is very big. It's out of control. The old man walked in and shouted with a panicked expression. With that, the black-robed man stood up with a swish and walked outside. As soon as he exited the palace, he saw smoke and flames rising from the palace below. Chaotic noises spread through the air as well. Investigate it for me. Who the hell is it? He said in a gloomy voice. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes narrowed and he looked behind him. The old man saw him looking behind him. He didn't know what he was looking for, so he asked, Master, what's wrong? What are you looking for? Chapter 1876. Where's the young man? His voice rang out as if he was talking to himself. However, when the few people in the dark heard his words, they were suddenly stunned. Only at this moment did they realize that the black-clothed young man had actually disappeared without a trace. Hearing no sound, the man in black narrowed his eyes. Find him along with the other spies. Yes, this time, the voices of the people hiding in the shadows could be heard. At this moment, the man in black strode out. His feet did not touch the ground as he quickly walked towards the spies. If he still did not know where the problem was, he would have lived in vain. However, he did not expect that the young man would dare to do so. How dare he? He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. At this moment, if he saw the young man, he would definitely twist his head off. At this moment, Feng Jiao was in the forest behind a palace. This was one of the exits. At this moment, other than the 16 spies who were sent away to infiltrate the 4 major sects, the rest were all present. Is everyone here? Feng Jiao looked at the crowd and glanced at their faces that had taken off their masks. Reporting to leader, other than the 16 spies who were sent away earlier, the rest are all present. Lei Xiao reported. Very good. Since everyone is here, leave along the mountain path immediately. After leaving this area, split into 4 groups and leave. Remember what I told you. Gather at the designated location within 3 days. Yes, everyone replied in a low voice. However, they were still a little confused and could not help but ask, Leader, are we leaving just like that? Are we not going to kill them? It's such a pity to let them go. They thought that they could have a good battle here. Who knew that their leader's order was to set fire to the palace and bury those things in the various palaces. They did not know what they were for. Hearing this, Feng Jiao smirked. He raised his head and looked at the place where the fire was burning. We don't have to do anything. They will die without a burial place. Boom, 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 rumble. As if to prove her words, the moment she finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly rang out. The power of the rumble was not inferior to the power of heavenly thunder. It abruptly rang out in the flames, followed by a series of rumbles. The power of the rumble was so great that it caused the air to tremble. Even the ground began to shake and crack. The people standing here only felt the mountain suddenly shake, and even they couldn't help but sway. After quickly stabilizing their feet, they couldn't help but look at the banging and rumbling sounds in shock, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Enough. Hurry up and leave. I've already broken through the barriers and formations here for you. You can just leave now. Let's go. She gestured for everyone to leave quickly. After all, although she did not choose to face the enemy head-on, after the detonators were placed in the various palaces, this place was considered to be destroyed. Under the power of the detonators, the number of casualties would definitely be considerable. However, it was still impossible to truly injure those powerhouses who did not have medicine. Therefore, he could only ask them to leave as soon as possible so that they wouldn't encounter them head-on and cause unnecessary damage. Chapter 1877. Fengjiu didn't leave immediately. She stood there and waited for Lei Xiao and the others to leave. She didn't leave, but turn around. The expression on her face gradually turned cold. Her clear eyes fell on the few figures who were heading towards her. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, although the black-robed man who was soaring through the air was wearing a mask, the murderous aura around him was almost soaring to the sky. Other than seeing the Temple of the Dark Knight, which had been blown into a mess by the explosion, when he rushed to the Dark Child camp to confirm, he was also thrown into a sorry state by the sudden explosion. Although it didn't hurt him, his black robe was stained with dust and smoke, and several holes were torn by the flying rocks. When he rushed to the Dark Child camp and saw that there wasn't a single spy there, he knew that the resources provided for these 3 months had all gone down the drain. Not only did they go down the drain, they even nurtured those people to become strong cultivators to deal with him. Thinking of this, one could imagine the anger around him, especially when he saw that black figure standing on a mountain path. His murderous aura soared to the sky. How did they cure the heart-eroding pill? If 1 or 2 people didn't take the heart-eroding pill, it was still acceptable. But it was impossible that more than 100 people didn't take the heart-eroding pill. It must have been cured by someone. Even the people from the 4 major sects couldn't cure the heart-eroding pill. So how did they cure it? In his heart, a person faintly appeared, and that was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. In this world, who else could cure their heart-eroding pill other than her? Moreover, it was said that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu had come to the upper continent and even cured a true monarch of the Huaxian sect's poison, but then disappeared without a trace. Now that he had seen all this, how could he not think of it? Only, he never thought that this damned ghost Dr. Fengjiu would be so daring, actually daring to sneak in right under his nose. In a few blink of an eye, he arrived a dozen meters in front of the black-clothed youth. Around him, the few people who came with him stopped and naturally surrounded the black-clothed youth. The black-robed man narrowed his sharp eyes and stared at the person who was no longer concealing his aura. The young man no longer had his brows lowered and his eyes narrowed. Between his brows, there was a look of willfulness and confidence. His eyes were cold and deep. The aura around him changed. That aura caused his gaze to involuntarily move. Ghost Dr. Fengjiu. His deep voice was filled with viciousness. It wasn't a question, but an affirmation. His gaze was fixed on a youth in front of him. He watched as the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a devilish and wanton smile. As expected of the temple lord of the Dark Knight Temple. You guessed my identity so quickly. Fengjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. At the same time, she moved her hand and an ancient divine sword, Qing Feng, appeared in her hand. When the surrounding people heard their master's words, they were shocked. This young man was actually the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. The few people suppressed the shock in their hearts. Looking at the young man who didn't have a trace of feminine charm, they couldn't believe that such a wanton and ostentatious young man was actually a girl. What a ghost Dr. Fengjiu. What a princess of the Phoenix dynasty. Indeed, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her handsome face. He knew that this wasn't her real face. Chapter 1878. Phoenix Dynasty? Huh. Fengjiu sneered and stared at the black-robed man in front of him. I have no enmity with your Temple of the Dark Knight, and we have nothing to do with each other, but you sent people to destroy my home and kill my family. How dare you mention the Phoenix Dynasty today? Her gaze swept across the people around her, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She said in a cold voice, I'll leave those people to you. Come out. As soon as her voice fell, several rays of light flashed, and then the 3 contracted beasts, Fire Phoenix, Lao Bai, and Tun Yun, appeared from the space. Roar, roar, roar. 3 roars came from the 3 beasts, and the powerful pressure in their voices formed 3 waves of air that rippled in the air and attacked the people around them. Tun Yun leaped up, and his majestic body stood behind Fengjiu, facing one of the middle-aged men. Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and hovered in the air, looking down. Lao Bai, although a dragon, was also a mutated beast. At this moment, it was coiled up in a tree and staring at another person. The three beasts appeared at the same time, and the pressure of the ancient and sacred beast spread out. The invisible air current was like a mountain pressing down on the chests of the people. They felt a pressure on their heads and chests, and the blood in their bodies was in a mess. Ancient mythical beast fire phoenix. Mutated beast unicorn white dragon. Sacred beast Tun Yun. When they saw the three contracted beasts, they sucked in a breath of cold air, exclaiming in unison. Their hearts were filled with shock as they stared at the three contracted beasts and couldn't help but curse under their breaths. Damn it! How could Feng Jiao have so many contracted beasts? Furthermore, they were so powerful. Not to mention that there were three in front of them. Even one of them would be difficult to deal with. Kill them for me. Feng Jiao stared at the people and said, "Roar." The three contracted beasts responded with a roar, and in the next moment, they directly pounced on those people. The powerful pressure and their own airflow fused with each other, causing their speed to increase in an instant. The moment they rushed forward, the sharp airwaves in front of them also rushed out. When those people saw the three contract beasts attacking them, their faces couldn't help but change. They quickly retreated, trying not to fight them head-on to avoid being injured by the other party's powerful pressure. When the black-robed man saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that Feng Jiao could contract so many contracted beasts, and all of them were so powerful. Just as he was thinking, he felt a fierce, murderous aura coming towards him. He suddenly came back to his senses and heard a cold voice. "Your opponent is me." Feng Jiao held a green sword in her hand, and a sharp sword chi shot out when she attacked. It was very frightening. Her speed was extremely fast, and the distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Just as the green sword was about to pierce the man's forehead, the masked black-robed man turned around. "You overestimate yourself." A malicious voice came out from his mouth. The arrogance in his voice was very obvious. Obviously, he didn't think much of Feng Jiao. No matter what, he didn't think that he would lose to a woman. Even if Feng Jiao's reputation was very resounding, in his eyes, she was just a woman. Chapter 1879. As soon as she finished speaking, she spun the Qing Feng sword in her hand and a ray of green light shot out, attacking the black-robed man in front of her. The black-robed man did not hesitate. With a move of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand as well. He injected his spiritual power into the long sword and dissipated the ray of green light. At the same time, the tip of the sword turned and faced Feng Jiao. Clang! Whoosh! The two swords collided and produced a clear clang. Two wind blades diffused from the swords, neither giving way to the other. Due to the surge of spiritual power and the spread of pressure, the sand on the ground was swept up and the fallen leaves fluttered in the air. At this moment, Feng Jiao did not hide her strength. However, the black-robed man's strength was not inferior to hers. Seeing that the two streams of air were equally matched, she immediately shot out 3 silver needles with her other hand. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. As he dodged to the side, he heard the sound of the silver needles brushing past his ears. He formed a palm with his left hand and suddenly attacked Feng Jiao with a stream of air. When the stream of air attacked, it instantly turned into an ice blade and attacked Feng Jiao's face. Seeing this, Feng Jiao lifted her leg and kicked. As her opponent retreated to dodge, she waved the Qing Feng sword in front of her. A ray of flame shot out from the Qing Feng sword and instantly melted the ice blade, turning it into steam and disappearing into the air. Seeing that Feng Jiao waved her sword and shot out a ray of flame, the black-robed man narrowed his eyes and frowned under his mask. His attribute was ice, but Feng Jiao's attribute was fire. Fire countered ice. No matter how fierce his attack was, it would probably be easily resolved by her. Looking at Feng Jiao, who was holding the Qing Feng sword, his gaze fell on the Qing Feng sword. If this sword was used well, it could greatly increase one's strength. If it was not for the fact that the sword in his hand was not ordinary, He was afraid that he would not have been able to withstand the attack just now. It seemed that if he wanted to take her down, he would have to end the battle quickly. He did not believe that his contracted beast would dare to continue fighting after taking her down. Swish! Sword chi shot out, one white and one green. Two streams of chi collided with each other, forming a huge vortex. Two black figures flew up and fought in the vortex. Because they were too fast, they couldn't see the situation inside. They only knew that streams of sword chi shot out from the vortex. When they hit the ground, they made a loud bang and cut a deep trench in the ground. A blood-curdling scream rang out. They originally thought that it came from Fengjiu and the others, but to their surprise, when they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a middle-aged man being bitten on the neck by Tunyan. Blood gushed out as he cried out in pain. Crack! That person did not have time to call for help, nor did he have time to wait for others to come to his senses and save him. His neck was bitten off by Tunyan. When the sound of bones breaking rang out, that person's head fell to the side powerlessly. Even in death, his eyes were still wide open in fear. Bang! That person was tossed to the side by Tunyan, and then Tunyan pounced towards the two people that were attacking Senior White. A shrill scream tore through the sky. Flames shot out from the fire phoenix's mouth and transformed into a fire dragon that coiled around a middle-aged man. He desperately tried to extinguish the flames on his body. His body rolled on the ground, but the flames burned at an extremely fast speed, and the raging flames instantly swallowed him up. Chapter 1880. Even contracted beasts had different levels of power. Even though the two contracted beasts were divine beasts, under the pressure of a sacred beast and an ancient divine beast, the two battle beasts' legs turned to jelly. They did not dare to fight and only dared to lie on the ground, trembling. When the two cultivators saw this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They had originally wanted to call their two contracted beasts out to help, but who knew that the two savage contracted beasts were like children in front of the ancient divine beast and the sacred beast. They did not even dare to roar. Pong! One of them was suddenly swung by Lao Bai's dragon tail and was thrown out heavily. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, that person spun a few times on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but a flame shot towards him. He was so shocked that he rolled on the ground to avoid it. Who knew that he would be stepped on by the sacred beast who had leaped over? And that person groaned, his body curled up and spasmed. He felt as if his internal organs had been trampled by the sacred beast. On the other side, the whirlpool was filled with the smell of fresh blood. The two of them did not stop and continued to spin with the whirlpool. It was unknown who was injured, until, after a groan, one of them was kicked out of the whirlpool. Pong! Pooh! His body fell heavily to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The person who fell to the ground was not Fengjiu, but the black-robed man, without a doubt. The mask on his face made a cracking sound, as if it was about to split open. His body was also heavily injured, especially the last attack, which had injured his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. The whirlpool gradually subsided, and Fengjiu's figure gradually became clearer. Just as she was about to attack again, who knew that the black-robed man stood up and waved his robes, leaving behind a sentence. Fengjiu, we will meet again. As his voice fell, a ray of light flashed, and in the next moment, his entire person disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Fengjiu frowned slightly. She had actually let him escape. She had thought that she could take him down, but who knew that With a final scream, the person who had lasted until the very end finally turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind. After finishing off all the enemies, the three contracted beasts glanced at each other and stepped forward to Fengjiu's side. Master, I've killed them all. Lao Bai wagged his tail as if he was asking for credit. His eyes narrowed as if he was waiting for Fengjiu's praise. Rumbling sounds came from all around the palace in the distance. It sounded like the rumbling caused by the explosion of air hitting the mountain rocks, but also like the rumbling of the palace collapsing. At this time, Fengjiu only narrowed his eyes and looked up, then said to the three beasts, "Let's go." Yes. The three beasts answered, and leaped into the space. After leaving the forest, she went to the place where she had agreed to meet them. About a day later, in a town, have you heard? The Dark Knight Temple's main hall was actually destroyed. A male cultivator lowered his voice and said to the people at the same table. Chapter 1881. What kind of power could be so fierce? They even dared to destroy the headquarters of the Dark Knight Temple? Could it be those demonic cultivators? Who knows? The Dark Knight Temple isn't a righteous person. Maybe they provoked some powerful power and got destroyed. You don't know, but the fire there burned for an entire night. And there's a huge crater on the ground. With that power, I reckon that it was definitely an expert among experts who could leave behind such an attack. However, the news is spread in just a day. Many people have gone to take a look. However, I heard that they can't enter that place anymore. It should be because the enchantments and formations have been reset. I think that the Palace Master is still alive. The Dark Knight Temple is so powerful. Even if their headquarters were destroyed, it's impossible for them to perish. Moreover, as long as their Temple Master doesn't die, the Dark Knight Temple's power won't disperse. That's true. But if it was destroyed once, will there be a second time? A second time? Then there's only a chance if someone can enter. In the corner, Fungio, dressed in green, was drinking wine and eating meat as if he didn't hear those people. God knows how long she had been craving for it. It wasn't easy to finally be free, so she naturally had to eat her fill first. Waiter, prepare 2 roasted chickens for me to take out. She drank a mouthful of wine and shouted. Okay. The waiter smiled and squinted his eyes. He went to the back to give orders and busied himself at the guest table. Suddenly, the laughter and chatter quieted down. Fungju, who was eating in the corner, looked up and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. For beautiful women walked in from the outside. The reason why everyone on the first floor fell silent was not only because of their dazzling appearance, but also because of their voluptuous and exquisite figures. Most of the people in the restaurant were male cultivators and some of the wealthier people in the town. Even though they had seen many beauties, they couldn't help but stare. The 4 beauties seemed to have long been used to such gazes. Some of them smiled sweetly at the crowd, while others had tender eyes, as if they wanted to say something but were shy. Waiter, give us a private room. One of the women with a seductive smile called out to the waiter, who was staring blankly at them. Fengjiu looked away after a glance and continued to eat her food. These 4 women all had surging spiritual energy. They were indeed cultivators, but they were wearing different colored gauze instead of the sex uniform. Also, these 4 women all had seductive looks on their faces. It was clear that they weren't righteous people. She had met the 2 seductive women from the all-pleasure sect in the training grounds. Their expressions were no different from these people. She reckoned that they might really be seductive women from the all-pleasure sect. I'm Fairy. There are no more private rooms. The 4 private rooms upstairs are all available. Would you like to take a private room on the 2nd floor? Just now, a table of customers left, and there's an empty table. You can also see the scenery of the street. The waiter said, his eyes not daring to look around. How can there be no private rooms? Why don't we go upstairs and ask if there are any guests who are willing to give up their private rooms for the 4 of us? One of the women smiled sweetly and walked up to the 2nd floor without waiting for the waiter to speak. Chapter 1882. The waiter was stunned and looked at the shopkeeper at a loss. The shopkeeper frowned slightly and walked out. He quickly walked up the stairs and stopped the 4 ladies. Ladies, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Oh? Why is it inappropriate? We sisters want a better environment to eat. Can't we do that, shopkeeper? If it weren't for the fact that your restaurant is the most famous in the city and that your signature dishes are the best, we wouldn't have come all the way here. The woman at the front spoke in a tender voice. Her voice was soft and gentle, causing the men below to feel their bones melt. Not to mention, the woman's coquettish eyes had a trace of grievance. That kind of coquettish expression that made people feel pity for her made the men below unable to help but open their mouths. Shopkeeper, why are you stopping them? If these ladies want a private room, why don't you just ask someone to make room for them? Let these delicate beauties sit in the main hall and eat. Do you feel good about it? That's right, forget about us. Men eat wherever they go. These girls should have a private room, no matter what. What's more, who knows if the people in the private room will give up the private room to you ladies like us when they see you. The shopkeeper's expression didn't change as he listened to the people below. He only frowned and said to the ladies, "Ladies, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the people in these 4 private rooms can't be offended. I'm doing this for your own good." As he spoke, he paused and thought for a while. "How about this? The guests in these 4 private rooms probably won't be sitting for too long. Why don't you go outside and look around to see if there's anything you want to buy? Come back later. I'll definitely reserve a private room for you." Unexpectedly, while he was talking to the lady, the 3 people behind him had already walked up. One of them even pushed open one of the doors and walked in. "Hey, ladies, you can't." Before the shopkeeper could finish his words, the woman who had walked in was sent flying out. She screamed as she lost her balance and fell from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Bang! The woman fell onto a table, and the cultivator sitting at the table instantly took a few steps back. His eyes widened in shock as he watched the woman smash the table and throw it to the ground. Pooh! Blood spurted out from her mouth, and her delicate face instantly turned pale. She lay on the ground, unable to stand up even if she wanted to. 7th junior sister. The other 3 recovered from their shock. One of them jumped down from the 2nd floor and quickly came to the woman's side to help her up. "How are you? Where are you hurt? Who hurt you?" At this time, the 2 women upstairs were filled with anger. Just as they were about to enter the room with the door open, they saw a person walk out. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He wore a black robe and had a robust physique. His face was upright and dignified. He walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. His body faintly exuded the imposing manner of a superior. Chapter 1883. The 2 women's hearts could not help but tremble under his sharp gaze. However, when they thought of their junior sister who was sent flying, they gritted their teeth and drew their sword from their waists. Seeing this, the man frowned. He took a step forward and began to fight with the 2 on the 2nd floor. The 2 women were fighting the man with their swords, but the man did not even draw his weapon. Furthermore, he seemed to be dealing with them with ease. It was obvious that the man's strength was far above the 2 women's. When the shopkeeper saw this, he retreated from the stairs to avoid being affected. He shouted, "Hey, the 3 of you, please stop fighting, stop fighting." Whoosh! The flexible sword shot out a sword aura and slashed through the man's robe. A trace of blood seeped out from the man's arm and dyed his sleeve red. Seeing that they were injured, the man's face darkened. Originally, he did not want to kill them, but now, seeing that the 2 women were trying to kill him with every step they took, he naturally would not show mercy. "You're courting death." A low and cold voice came out of the man's mouth. He moved, and his speed instantly increased. When he charged forward, he grabbed one of the women's wrists and bent her hand downwards. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground. At the same time, he lifted her up and threw her down from the 2nd floor. The woman who was lifted and thrown to the 1st floor cried out in alarm. She wanted to stabilize her body as she fell, but she lost her balance and could not turn around. It was also at this moment that the woman who was supporting the injured person on the 1st floor quickly flew up and caught the woman who was falling to the 1st floor. 3rd senior sister. The woman caught the person, but who knew that because of the speed and strength of the man who threw the person down the stairs, she could not stabilize her body. The 2 of them were pressed down by the invisible force and fell to the ground. The 2 of them fell to the ground and groaned. Because the force was blocked halfway, although they fell, they were not injured. 3rd senior sister. Take care of 7th junior sister. I'll go help eldest senior sister. As the woman spoke, she helped 7th junior sister up and leaped up to the 2nd floor. When the diners on the 1st floor saw the fight, they didn't want to get into trouble, so they paid their bills and left early. There were also some who retreated to the door to watch. The only people left on the 1st floor were the 2 injured women and the Fungio, who was sitting in the corner eating meat and drinking wine. She couldn't be blamed for not noticing her. She was originally sitting in the corner, and now that everyone's attention was on the 2nd floor, Naturally, no one noticed the corner on the first floor. Feng Jiu took a sip of wine and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs to eat. He watched the fight on the second floor as if he was watching a show. That man was obviously hiding his strength. Not to mention the two women. Even if the four of them attacked together, they would not be a match for him. Moreover, her gaze fell on the other rooms on the second floor. The doors that were originally closed were unknowingly opened, and there were one or two people standing in front of each door, watching the fight. As for the people in the other wing, they didn't look like ordinary people from the town. From the way they held their swords in their arms, they were cultivators from other places. Could it be that they were here for the destroyed Temple of Darkness? However, at this moment, there was a sudden scream. Chapter 1884. The woman's exclamation was laced with a hint of panic. When he heard the voice, Feng Jiu looked towards the woman. When he saw the scene, he could not help but smile. She saw that the woman's dress had somehow fallen down to her waist, revealing her snow-white shoulders and graceful and enchanting back. Her snow-white skin was accentuated by the red doo-doo embroidered with two mandarin ducks playing in the water, making her appear even more alluring and sexy. Her originally ample bosom was wrapped up by the doo-doo and seemed to be on the verge of popping out. Not only was she stunned, even the people who had retreated to the door on the first floor were also stunned. Many people sucked in a breath of air, especially when they saw the woman's shy and enchanting expression. Some of the men on the first floor felt a warm current shoot up from their abdomens, straight to their heads, and two streams of blood flowed down their noses. Those people's eyes seemed to be glued to the woman's body, unable to move away for a long time. They could only feel their hearts thumping, somewhat agitated and somewhat excited. Their gazes were fixed on the plump chest and the thin string tied to the doo-doo, thinking, why isn't the string broken? If the string of the doo-doo were to break, that would be a truly beautiful scene. When the people at the doors of the other three rooms on the second floor saw the woman's exposed spring scenery, an inexplicable smile flashed across their faces. Their gazes swept over her body, from her slender shoulders to her beautiful back, all the way down to her faintly discernible waist and buttocks. Those curved curves made people's hearts burn, like a feather gently tickling their hearts. However, among these people, there was a man who took a few steps back the moment he saw the woman's dress slip. He closed his eyes and looked away, not looking at the spring scenery in front of him. Perhaps, in his eyes, it was not an alluring spring scenery. However, it was precisely because he took a few steps back and looked away that the woman took advantage of the opportunity. In an instant, the woman who had exclaimed lifted her skirt, pulled out a dagger from her thigh, and fiercely stabbed forward. The danger was approaching, and the man's killing intent was closing in. The man gathered strength in his palm and struck out, forcing the woman to take a few steps back. However, at this moment, when the other two women saw this scene, they also flew forward. The three of them surrounded the man, gently pulling his belt, and took off his top to his waist, revealing different colored doo-doo. Yo, embarrassed to look? One of the women covered her red lips and smiled coquettishly. Looking at the man who was frowning and closing his eyes, she curled her lips disapprovingly. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him. As the other person said this, he directly attacked. When the people on the first floor saw this scene, they could not help but sigh. His luck with women is not bad. This spring scenery is obviously delivered to your door, and you actually closed your eyes and didn't appreciate it. How foolish. The person next to him sneered and glanced at the person next to him. What do you know? Just by looking at that man's strength, cultivation, and clothes, we should know that he is not an ordinary person. Those few women probably won't be able to gain any advantage against him in the end. Of a decent woman, of a person's of a defeat, maybe he's a disciple of some evil sect. Chapter 1885. Feng Jiu, who was in the corner, saw the scene upstairs and could not help but laugh. This was really interesting. However, the man was not stubborn. When he saw the four of them attacking him, he opened his eyes in the next moment and coldly glanced at the three women. His first move was a fatal move. One of the women was choked by the neck and lifted up by the man. The woman's face turned red as she struggled. Her legs kicked wildly, but she couldn't hurt the man at all. When the two people beside her saw this, they stabbed forward with their soft swords and daggers. However, they didn't expect the man to throw the woman towards them. The soft swords and daggers couldn't stop in time and stabbed into the woman's body. With a muffled groan, the woman's lips trembled slightly. Her eyes were wide open, and her body was twitching slightly. Blood flowed from her mouth. Junior's sister. The two of them cried out in alarm. They hugged the woman and watched her take her last breath in their arms. The two of them trembled slightly. Their hands were tightly clenched into fists. Their beautiful faces were full of coldness. They pulled out their swords and daggers and attacked again. Their moves were fiercer than before, and it seemed like they were going to fight to the death. On the first floor, Fengjiu narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman who was standing with her hands on the table. He did not know when the woman had left, and he did not know where she went. Xiao, The sharp sound of the air blade cut through the air, and the man let out a muffled groan. His face darkened as he looked at the arrow stuck in his arm. The arrow seemed to be poisonous, and after he let out a muffled groan, his steps swayed, and his face gradually became ugly. Kill him! The two women shouted and attacked with their swords. However, at this moment, a chopstick shot out from the side room and pierced the hands of the two women who were holding the swords. The two of them screamed. The daggers and soft swords in their hands fell to the ground. They grabbed their hands and looked at the bloody hole in their palms. Blood flowed out, and their hands trembled in pain. Master, it's here. Hurry! A voice came. The woman who had left came back with a group of 7 or 8 women. The leader was a beautiful woman in her 30s. It's the Hehuan sect. Some of the cultivators on the first floor recognized the woman in the lead. Their faces changed, and they quickly retreated. The women of the Hehuan sect were demonesses who specialized in absorbing the essence of men to cultivate. None of them were good people. No wonder. He knew it. How could a decent woman take off her clothes to face an enemy? It turned out that she was a demoness from the Hehuan sect. No wonder she was so shameless. Who dares to hurt my disciple? The beautiful woman's voice was seductive, but it also contained a ruthless aura. As soon as she entered, her seductive eyes stared at the people on the second floor. However, when she saw that one of them had already stopped breathing, her expression changed even more. How dare you kill my disciple? Today, none of you will leave this place alive. The aura of an expert emanated from the seductive woman. That was the pressure of a celestial sage. As soon as the pressure was released, it enveloped the entire inn, causing the faces of those who were weaker to change drastically. The blood and qi in their bodies started to churn, and they felt an impulse to kneel down. So, it's Li Mei heir from the Hehuan sect. Chapter 1886. Master. The two women retreated at this time, their faces full of grievance and resentment. This person killed Junior's sister, and the one inside injured us. Master, you must seek justice for your disciples. The beautiful woman did not speak, but stared at the side room on the second floor, watching the old man walk out. When the old man's face came into view, the beautiful woman's pupil shrank, and then she smiled charmingly. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, old fart. Although she was smiling, there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. On the contrary, the coldness and murderous intent were obvious. It was obvious that the two of them had a grudge to begin with. Fengjiu's gaze fell on the old man who walked out at this time. The old man was dressed in a white robe, his white hair was tied up, and the rest was naturally draped over his back. 2 rows of white eyebrows hung down on his rosy and smooth cheeks, and there was a white beard on his chin. He held a white horsetail whisk in his hand, and he looked like an immortal with a kind and benevolent appearance. At first glance, he looked like an old immortal who had attained the Tao. However, the old man did not speak, but when he did, he was the master of infuriating people to death. When Fengjiu heard this, he was immediately amused. Old witch, you're not dead yet. So how can this old man die? How old are you? You dress up all day and run around with a group of little demonesses. Why don't you take a mirror and look at how thick the layer of powder on your face is. You don't find it disgusting, but this old man feels disgusted for you. When the beautiful woman heard this, she trembled with anger. She glared at the old man and scolded angrily. "You old fart! You what? This old man's face is smoother and rosier than yours even without powder. What? You want to fight? Huh? When you met this old man a few years ago, I already told you, don't fall into my hands next time. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive." As he spoke, the old man tied the horsetail whisk in his hand to his waist and rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to fight. "Hunyuanzi, you old fart, today I will tear your mouth apart." Lee Meyer was also angered. She had lived for a long time, and because she was a member of the all-pleasure sect, the thing she hated the most was other people mentioning her age. This damned Hunyuan kept calling her an old witch, and he even said something about the thick powder on her face. She really couldn't take it anymore. She had cultivated for so many years. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be a match for this old man, even if she was already a celestial sage a few years ago. TSK, I was right, wasn't I? Are you feeling guilty? Are you angry? Look at your character. An old witch is an old witch. You won't be able to accomplish anything great. You better be careful. I will destroy your demon sex sooner or later. Seeing that Lee Meyer's face had turned red from anger, the old man leisurely said. However, his words caused Lee Meyer's heart to burn with anger. She shouted and pointed her 5 fingers. 5 thin lines shot out from her fingers and attacked the old man standing in front of the door. Step aside. Chapter 1887. However, the man sitting in the corner soon felt that something was wrong. He had taken the antidote, but not only did his body not get better, it seemed to have gotten worse. Especially, his body gradually heated up, his face gradually turned red, and his eyes seemed to become a little blurred. He wasn't someone who hadn't walked outside before. When he saw the condition of his body and saw the seductive and proud smiles of the women downstairs, he knew what was going on. This probably wasn't a poison, but the all-pleasure sex. Fengjiu was watching the old man and Li Meier fight, so he didn't pay attention to the man sitting in the corner of the second floor. He saw that both of them had the strength of an immortal sage. However, Li Meier was an intermediate immortal sage while the old man was a peak immortal sage. This way, they could easily suppress Li Meier's attack. The women downstairs also saw that their master was not a match for the old man. They wanted to go up and help, but because the old man was too strong, they were unable to get close to him. Thus, one of them spoke with a flash in her beautiful eyes. "Han Yuanzi, the man behind you can't take it anymore. Do you know what he's been poisoned with? It's not poison, but our all-pleasure sex secret medicine of bliss." Hearing this, Han Yuanzi glared and scolded. "It doesn't matter. If he dies, I'll make sure all of you die with him." The woman choked, and her words were stuck in her mouth. She could only hold her breath and snort heavily, cursing in her heart, "Damned old man. He's really hard to deal with." Fengjiu watched as Li Meier used her 10 fingers to control the silver threads to attack the old man. When the threads slashed through the roof of the restaurant, they left a mark. She controlled the threads with her 10 fingers. The threads looked sharper than blades. 2 of them directly pierced through the roof of the restaurant. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! The old man suddenly pulled out the horsetail whisk from his waist and swung it. A sharp chi blade flew out from the horsetail whisk and attacked Li Meier. Li Meier used the silk thread in her hand to block it. The silk thread in her hand snapped and made a few muffled sounds. However, at the same time that she blocked the airflow, she was about to sneer when she saw the old man's horsetail whisk swinging towards her face. Hiss! The horsetail whisk swung directly at her face, causing her to gasp in pain and scream out loud. Her entire body was also swept downstairs by the force of the blow. "Master!" When the women on the first floor saw this, they were shocked. They hurriedly went forward to catch him, but when they saw him, their faces turned pale. They saw that their master's beautiful face was stained with blood, and they could vaguely see the scars left behind by the horsetail whisk. Such a beautiful and dazzling face was actually ruined just like that, causing them to suck in a breath of air one after another. Let's go. One of them came back to her senses. Seeing that her master was no match for him, she hurriedly supported her and fled. Master Hun Yuan, just you wait. I will definitely kill you. Li Meyer's shrill and unresigned voice came from outside and went far into the distance. Tsk. Damned old witch, I'll let you off easy. Chapter 1888. Did you really get poisoned by the joyful union sex drug of bliss? That's going to be troublesome. The old man helped the man up. He looked at the man's face, which was flushed red. Large beads of sweat were seeping out, and the veins on the back of his hand were faintly visible. He could not help but hesitate for a moment. Carefully, he suggested, "How about this old man find you a brothel?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man fiercely glared and gritted his teeth. "Help me in. Get someone to prepare cold water." Senior Hun Yuan. At this time, the people from the other 3 rooms also came out. When they saw that the other party was Hun Yuan Zi, they wanted to make friends with him. Therefore, they said, "I'm the patriarch of a Sioux family in Luo City. This time, a doctor from our family accompanied me on this trip. Why don't we let him take a look at this young friend?" Hun Yuan Zi glanced at them and saw that the one who spoke was an old man. Beside him was a middle-aged man who wore a healer's badge on his robe. It was a high-grade badge. Seeing this, he glanced at the man and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." He helped the man into the room, and the people behind him followed. The shopkeeper looked at the restaurant that was almost destroyed and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He went down to clean up. When he reached the first floor, he saw a young man sitting in the corner eating. He saw that the young man didn't seem affected at all. He sat there leisurely eating meat and drinking wine. Even though he had seen many things, he couldn't help but be stunned. This young master? Are you all right?" The shopkeeper asked carefully. He looked at the few plates in front of the young man. Many things had been eaten, leaving only a few bones on the table. Could it be that when those people were fighting, this young man was sitting here eating and watching the show? Thinking of this, the shopkeeper's mouth twitched. There were strange people every year, but there seemed to be more this year. The people who came here today were all abnormal. Burp. Not so good. Feng Jiu burped and shook his head. Not so good. Then where are you hurt? When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately asked nervously. He didn't want to be injured by the Qi sword or something. If he was injured here, wouldn't he also be unlucky? "No, I'm just a little full. I don't think I can walk anymore." She exhaled softly and rubbed her stomach. She said innocently, "I'm full. I suddenly feel like taking a nap." The shopkeeper looked at the young man in front of him, dumbfounded. Feng Jiu looked at the shopkeeper in front of him and suddenly smiled. He changed the topic. "Shopkeeper, I still have 2 roasted chickens that you haven't sent over yet. Are you guys done burning? How much longer do I have to wait?" This place started fighting just now. Maybe it's not done yet. "Why don't you wait for a while, young master? I'll go take a look." The shopkeeper asked tentatively. Feng Jiu's eyes narrowed as he smiled and nodded. "All right, when it's done, wrap it up and bring it to me." She stood up, and her dark eyes sneakily landed on the 2nd floor. She wanted to see how the man on the 2nd floor looked like after being poisoned by the drug of bliss. Chapter 1889. At this moment, in the room on the 2nd floor, the old man pulled out the arrow from the man's sleeve. Because the arrow had a hook, there was a piece of flesh. After bandaging the wound, the old man checked the man's pulse. His expression couldn't help but become serious. He took a step back and shook his head. "I'm afraid this old man can't do anything." The man couldn't help but groan. His fists were tightly clenched and blue veins popped out. It was very frightening. Seeing this, Master Hun Yuan also frowned. "This can't go on. The cold water is here. The cold water is here." The waiter shouted. He had already prepared a large tub of cold water for them. Seeing this, Master Hun Yuan helped the man into the tub of cold water. He saw that the other people were still around. Only then did he notice that, in addition to the old men, there were also a few middle-aged men and 2 or 3 young men and women. "You guys go back first. I still have to think of a way," Master Hun Yuan said as he stared at the man sitting in the tub with his eyes closed in distress. "Senior Hun Yuan, I'm afraid cold water won't be able to cure the poison. They walked and arrived outside the screen. This all-pleasure sex medicine is extraordinary. If we don't find a way to cure it soon, I'm afraid his meridians will explode and he will die. A way to cure it? Just find a woman to have sex with? No, that brat isn't married yet. He also doesn't have anyone he likes. Just randomly finding someone to cure him definitely won't work. As Master Hunyuan spoke, he frowned. He didn't think that the all-pleasure sex medicine would be so fierce that it would cause someone with such strong self-control to end up like this. While Hunyuan was talking to them outside the screen, Fengjiu was blinking her eyes curiously as she looked at the man who was restraining himself. The most direct way to deal with this kind of drug was to go to a brothel and be fine. She didn't expect that this man would rather endure it than deal with it. Looking at him from such a close distance, he felt that this person's face was quite pleasant to look at. His face was upright, and his eyebrows were filled with righteousness. That's right. If he wasn't so righteous, how could he have fallen for the all-pleasure sex woman's plot? Perhaps because Fengjiu's gaze was too direct, the man suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he directly bumped into a pair of curious eyes that were sizing him up. Their eyes met. One was puzzled while the other was curious. "Who are you?" The sudden voice startled Master Hunyuan, who was outside the screen. At some point in time, he was standing by the wooden tub. Wasn't this young man the one who was watching the show from the corner of the first floor? At that time, he was fighting with Li Meyer. Everyone on the first floor had left. Even the shopkeeper and the waiter had gone into hiding. Only this brat was still sitting in the corner, eating meat and drinking wine. He was very calm. It was because of this youth's calmness that he took a second look. However, he was too preoccupied with the person who had been drugged to notice this brat. Who would have thought that this brat would sneak in? When did he sneak in? Why didn't he notice? Chapter 1890. Because Zhuijun had been drugged, even though he was soaking in cold water, his body was still burning hot. At this moment, when a young man's fingers touched his wrist, he only felt a chill pass through his fingers, causing him to involuntarily shiver. A wave of comfort spread through his body. But in the next moment, the finger left his wrist. He looked up and met the young man's teasing gaze. His heart skipped a beat, as if he had been seen through. It made him feel ashamed, and he couldn't help but lower his gaze. "How is it? Can you cure it?" Hunyuan asked when he saw that the youth did not speak for a long time. Perhaps it was because the youth was different from ordinary people, so he had a glimmer of hope in his heart. "Do you have anything valuable?" Fengjiu looked back at Hunyuan and asked. Hunyuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. How can this old man not have anything valuable? He has all the treasures he wants." He turned his gaze and smiled. "So you can cure it?" "Yes." Fengjiu nodded and extended his hand. He said with a smile, "But I want a reward." That's not a problem. Even if you don't like the old man's collection, this kid is quite rich. He can definitely give you one or two things." Hunyuan said, then hurriedly said, "Then hurry up. How do you cure it? Hurry up and don't let him suffer alone." "All right. Those who have nothing to do with it, leave." Fengjiu gestured and glanced at the people at the side. When Hunyuan heard this, he hurriedly turned around and said to everyone, "Everyone, please leave first. Senior Hunyuan, I'm afraid this youth doesn't have the ability to cure the drug. In my opinion, it's better to quickly go to the Alchemist Guild to avoid missing the best opportunity," the elders said. The old man said. He felt that it was impossible for this youth to cure the effects of the medicine. After all, he looked so young. Moreover, the medicine of the He Huan sect was not so easy to cure. All right. I know what I'm doing. You guys go out first." Hunyuan chased them out and locked the door before walking inside. "Take off your shirt." Fengjiu took out the silver needles and placed them on the table. Zhuijun paused for a moment before taking off his shirt. They were all men, so there was no need to worry about anything. Not to mention just taking off his shirt, even if he took off his pants, it didn't matter. The most important thing was to get rid of the drug in his body. Fengjiu pierced the silver needles into Hun Yuanzi's body. The needles seemed to be placed casually, but each one made Hun Yuanzi, who was watching from the side, feel his heart skip a beat. This was because if there was any deviation in the placement of each needle, it would really be fatal. "Old man, get someone to bring in some ice and add it to the water. Feng Jiu did not even raise his head as he instructed. His hands were not idle either. Not long after, more than 10 silver needles were inserted into the man's back. Elder Hun Yuan was a little angry when he was called old man by a brat. He thought that he was a well-known figure after all. This brat had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. How dare he order him around? How dare he order him around? However, for Zhou Jinyue's sake, he only took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out. When he arrived outside, he immediately ordered the waiter to bring in a bucket of ice.